Welcome back to Lore Archive. In this second of 2 videos covering the Eden Treaty, we will be returning to the district of Trinity, where the pivotal signing ceremony was about to transpire. Because of the nature of this video, I will be delving into extensive spoilers for this game. This particular video will include spoilers for the Eden Treaty, Hieronymus, and Shirokuro. Without further ado, it's time to finish our tale of how Kivotos' oldest schools succumbed to deception, and how a forgotten academy, a merciless tyrant, and an ordinary girl fought to rewrite Kivotos' future. On the surface of Kivotos, within the sunlit office of Chalet, Sensei was making their last preparations before heading back to the Trinity campus. It had been a surprisingly long time since they'd last set foot in the office. After the arrest of Mika and the attempted Trinity coup, the teacher had barely enough time to catch their breath before more academies were urgently requesting their aid. In the span of just a few weeks, Sensei had been dragged all over Kivotos, including multiple trips to the beach to chaperone students from Gehenna and Trinity. Recounting such tales, however, would have to wait for another day. For now, Sensei was just glad to have a spare moment to breathe in their quiet office. As the teacher took a seat at their desk, they pulled out their itinerary once again just to make sure that all their preparations were complete. As the mediator for the upcoming Eden Treaty ceremony, Sensei was determined to ensure that everything went as smoothly as possible. After being pulled into the political turmoil at Trinity, Sensei had become well acquainted with the leadership of the Tea Party, but the teacher was less familiar with the student council of Gehenna, and so they had arranged a meeting to formally introduce themselves to the Pandemonium Society. The reception from Gehenna was mixed at best. The secretary of the Gehenna Council, Natsume Iroha, was punctual and professional during Sensei's meeting, but President Hanuma Makoto, on the other hand, immediately launched into a tirade about how Hina and the prefect team were always standing in her way. But if Sensei joined forces with the Pandemonium Society, they could wipe out the prefect team and anybody else who stood in their way. The teacher was utterly baffled by this proclamation, not just because they considered Hina to be one of the most trustworthy people in Kivotos, but also because Hina's second in command, Amao Ako, was one of the 3 Gehenna representatives currently in attendance at this meeting with Sensei. Ako's swift wrath at Makoto's treacherous statements stopped any further discussion, after which Sensei was hesitantly reassured that Makoto and the Gehenna Council would be fully cooperative. Sensei couldn't shake a feeling of unease as they headed back to the Chalet office, where they now mulled over the details for the upcoming Eden Treaty ceremony. The teacher had known that the political situation at Trinity was tumultuous, but they had not realized how precarious the relationship was between the prefect team and the Gehenna Council, and it worried them to have such tension as they headed into this massively important signing ceremony. Trinity President Seiya was still unconscious, leaving Nagisa and Sakurako to serve as Trinity's last remaining leadership. And with the area squad still unaccounted for, the safety of the Eden Treaty ceremony was looking more precarious by the minute. Sensei recalled how much work had gone into bringing this treaty to fruition. Nagisa, Hina, the Makeup Work Club had all fought so hard to make this treaty a reality. And now that the pivotal day was approaching, Sensei was determined that all their students' hard work would not go to waste. With only a small twinge of worry, Sensei carefully placed the Shatim chest into their satchel and headed out to the Trinity district to await the day of the Eden Treaty ceremony. As Sensei and the leadership of Trinity were making their final preparations for the Eden Treaty, an angry, sinister force was brooding below the city's surface. In a district where the sun barely shone, Jomai Saori was absolutely seething. After everything she and Azusa had been through together, after Saori had protected and shielded her for years, the girl had still betrayed Squad and almost destroyed their plans in the process. Saori cursed that she hadn't been with the Trinity raiding party when Mika had been captured. They had deemed Squad's presence unnecessary for that operation, as Azusa was meant to be their fail-safe in Nagisa's assassination. But after the silver-haired girl's betrayal, their troops had been utterly defeated, and Mika had been arrested by the Trinity Justice Task Force. Grinding her teeth together in frustration, Saori furiously vowed to never make the same mistake again. Azusa might have thrown their plans into turmoil, but the Eden Treaty was still in motion, and that meant that not all hope was lost. After considerable effort, Saori had finally managed to successfully sway Gehenna President Makoto to Arius's side, and with the head of the Gehenna district in Madame's grasp, the Eden Treaty would still be the prime target for Arius's ultimate attack. President Makoto had followed Madame's plans perfectly. She had volunteered the Cathedral of Communion as the site for the Eden Treaty ceremony, the same location where Trinity had first unified hundreds of years ago, and the place where the bodies of the ancient Saint Justina Council were still buried. According to Madame, the final resting place of the Saint Justina Council was the ideal place to summon an army, and the Arius squad would be the ones to lead the assault. Saori hated to admit it, but this change in plans was almost easier to execute. Now that the attempted coup at Trinity had failed, Arius would not have to worry about cooperating with Trinity, and could instead wreak havoc without discretion at the Eden Treaty grounds. All they had to do now was make their final preparations, and they would be ready for their final assault. This was Saori's last chance. She would have to succeed in wiping out Gehenna and Trinity at the Eden Treaty ceremony, or Hime would be dead upon their return to the Arius district. Strapping a halo-destroying bomb to her back, Saori prepared her final insurance plan, just in case Trinity and Gehenna didn't fall to Arius's assault. On the other side of Kivotos, in a darkened office hidden from the view of the General Student Council, the unsettling man referred to as Golconda had just received his latest orders from Madame, and when he read them aloud, he was only too delighted to oblige. Madame, or Beatrice, as she was called within Gematria, had long relied on Golconda's expertise in the construction and distribution of illegal weapons, and this latest request was no exception. Beatrice wanted Golconda to construct a missile unlike anything Kivotos had seen before, one that could bypass the anti-aircraft defenses of Trinity Academy and level an entire building. It would be quite the challenge to make such a weapon, but Golconda wasn't the weapon master of Gematria for nothing. He would make the requested missile for Beatrice, just as he had made the halo-shattering bombs. Like all members of Gematria, Golconda's physical appearance was unsettling to behold. Blacksuit might not have possessed a discernible face, but Golconda didn't have a face at all, or rather, not one that ever faced forward. He had a bit of an odd situation within Gematria. Golconda was entirely confined to a portrait and required the assistance of his headless other half, Decalcomany, to move around. The two were inextricable from each other. While Golconda was the mastermind behind Gematria's devastating weapons, Decalcomany was the craftsman who brought these weapons to life. The others in Gematria had an annoying tendency to forget that, but Golconda would never forget the important role that Decalcomany served in their organization. As the two constructed the devastating cruise missile together, Golconda couldn't help feeling what a waste it was that Sensei would be caught up in Gematria's plans once again. He had never met the teacher personally, but Blacksuit had made a compelling case for Sensei's adoption into their organization, and the thought that such a future might not come to pass was dreadful. But Golconda couldn't deny how enticing it was to construct such a destructive missile. And if Sensei managed to escape from the wreckage unharmed, then that would simply be a bonus as far as Golconda was concerned. Decalcomany's hands moved faster as Golconda's motivation rose, and soon the cruise missile was complete, along with several backups, just in case Beatrice wanted to fire off a few more. Truthfully, Golconda wasn't even sure if they would be able to bypass Trinity's anti-aircraft systems. The inventions of him and Decalcomany were always a bit uncertain, but that was the price that Beatrice paid for weapons unlike anything seen before. And besides, what better way to test such weapons than to fire them at one of the most important ceremonies in Kivotos' history? Golconda sent Beatrice the shipment of missiles and eagerly awaited the day of the Eden Treaty, when Gematria would unveil their greatest weapon yet. The day of the Eden Treaty had finally arrived. Classes were canceled for Trinity and Gehenna, and students excitedly spilled into the streets to celebrate. Yellow and red flags flew before the Cathedral of Communion, where the leadership of Trinity and Gehenna were swiftly assembling. Sensei made their way through the crowd towards the cathedral, dodging an excited reporter from the Kronos School of Journalism, who was filling in viewers across Kivotos about the upcoming ceremony. The sensei could hear the journalist describing how the cathedral had once been the location of Trinity's unification, and how the ancient St. Justina Council were still buried below the cathedral's halls. Privately, Sensei was surprised that such a location had been proposed by Gehenna President Makoto, who didn't seem like the sentimental type, but Hina and Trinity's leadership had assured the teacher that this was simply a gesture of goodwill, and so Sensei was willing to cast aside their doubt, for now. All the gathered students and reporters outside were caught up in celebration, already declaring the Eden Treaty to be a phenomenal success. But once Sensei was actually inside the cathedral, the atmosphere completely changed. The crowd outside had been brimming with exuberance and anticipation, but all the representatives inside were quiet and tense. So much was riding on this moment, and no one dared relax before the papers had officially been signed. Sensei could see that almost all the key players were assembled. Nagisa and Sakurako were joined by Captain Tsurugi and Hasumi from the Justice Task Force, whereas Hina and the fellow leaders of the prefect team were stoically waiting nearby. Legions of Justice Force and prefect team members were stationed all throughout the cathedral, tensely waiting as the scheduled time approached. Makoto and the Pandemonium Society were running late, but Hina tried to assure everyone that they would be appearing soon. The Gehenna Student Council had recently purchased a blimp that they insisted on using to arrive at the ceremony. At this statement, Ako began loudly complaining that Makoto had tried to bar Hina from even attending, but had suddenly changed her tune at the last minute, ordering that the prefect team drive to the ceremony to make an appearance. A chill slowly began to rise up Sensei's spine. The teachers' meeting with the Gehenna Council had been concerning enough on its own, but this new information was even more concerning. Given Makoto's blatant distrust of Hina, it made some sense that the Gehenna president would try to bar Hina from attending, even if Sensei disagreed with that decision, but why had she changed her mind at the last minute and insisted that Hina and the prefect team arrive ahead of the Gehenna Council? Perhaps it was nothing more than a petty grudge from a petulant president, but it still worried the teacher as the seconds turned to minutes. Meanwhile, several blocks away from the cathedral, the former members of the Makeup Work Club were assembled at a cafe, celebrating their recent exams and the impending treaty. As Hifumi, Hanako, and Koharu decided what they would be ordering, Azusa fidgeted nervously in her chair, glancing at the news for any signs of trouble at the ceremony. There had been no news about the area squad since Mika's capture, but that did not reassure Azusa that the ceremony would proceed as planned. Trying to calm herself down, Azusa turned her attention back to her friends and anxiously gripped the Professor Peroro plush that was in her lap. The Peroro plush was one of the few things she kept on her person at all times, and seeing its derpy head look up at her helped to calm Azusa's nerves. Perhaps she was being too paranoid. Squad's plan had revolved around an alliance with Mika, as taking over Trinity had been a crucial part of Madame's plan. And with that shattered, it was unlikely that Saori could do much else to disrupt the ceremony. They just didn't have the manpower to do it. There was no way that the forces of Arius could take on both Trinity and Gehenna as they currently stood. Taking a deep breath, Azusa relaxed more into her seat and smiled at Hifumi from across the table. However, something had caught Hifumi's attention out the window. A strange white trail was streaking across the sky, almost as if it was heading in their direction. It took a few seconds for Azusa to recognize what that object was, but as its profile came into view, her military studies from Arius began flashing through her mind. Missiles were a much older form of warfare in Kivotos, one relegated to the ancient days when anti-aircraft technology did not yet exist. And yet Azusa would never mistake the distinct shape of a missile as it raced through the sky outside the window. As it neared their location, Azusa realized with fear that it was moving too fast, much faster than Trinity's anti-aircraft systems would be able to stop. Azusa bolted from her seat as the missile shot past the cafe, violently shaking their table as it passed by. The projectile had moved so quickly that Trinity's anti-aircraft system hadn't even gone off, and based on where the missile had shot, it was now headed straight for the Cathedral of Communion. Before Hifumi could catch her, Azusa was running out the cafe door, her weapon clutched in shaking hands. "This is just the beginning," Azusa cursed. "Isn't it, Saori?" From within her fancy new blimp, President Makoto watched the missile speeding towards the cathedral with rabid glee. Everything was going just as that Saori girl had said. Makoto had always been opposed to an alliance with Trinity. After all, the treacherous school had constantly sought to raze Gehenna to the ground. But when Saori had appeared with an alternate proposal, it was simply too good to refuse. If Makoto agreed to the Eden Treaty ceremony, then she could gather all of Trinity's leaders in one place and crush them once and for all. Once Makoto had realized this, it seemed like the perfect way to take care of that eyesore Hina as well. The stoic girl had always been an obstacle to Makoto's grandiose plans, and although the girl denied it, Makoto had long suspected that Hina would try to overthrow the Gehenna presidency if nothing was done. Makoto had initially barred Hina from attending the ceremony, but after realizing she could kill two birds with one stone, she made sure that Hina and those mutinous prefect team students were invited to the ceremony, just so they could be destroyed along with those Trinity wretches. As if all of this wasn't good enough, Makoto had even received a brand new blimp out of the deal. That Arius girl Saori had prepared it personally for the Gehenna president and the Pandemonium Society so that they could watch the cathedral burn below them. As the missile neared the cathedral below, President Makoto turned to her secretary Iroha and began to cackle maniacally. Iroha, long accustomed to the eccentricities of her superior, sighed and asked what Makoto was laughing about. Spreading her arms wide, Makoto proudly declared that the era of Trinity and the prefect team had ended, and the Pandemonium Society would rise alongside Arius to a glorious new future. Fixing Iroha with a devilish stare, Makoto waited for her subordinate to join her in laughter, only to find that her trusted secretary was staring at her with disappointment and dismay. "Makoto," Iroha said slowly, "you understand that Arius hates Gehenna even more than they hate Trinity, correct? Why would they ever agree to cooperate with us?" The color quickly faded from Makoto's face as she processed Iroha's words. Before she could respond, the sound of an explosion answered her, and Makoto realized the sound had not come from the cathedral below. The explosion had come from inside the blimp, where Saori had placed bombs to detonate and wipe out everyone on board. She only had a second to process this information before the blimp began to shake violently and plunged towards Kivotos below. Some distance away from the chaos, down on ground level, a silent figure with a black baseball cap watched as the blimp caught fire and plummeted from the sky. Holding the detonation switch in her hand, Saori watched with self-righteous glee as the Gehenna Council plunged to their demise, just as the missile struck the Cathedral of Communion. Sensei's vision was completely black. There was a faint voice nearby, saying their name over and over. With more effort than they expected, Sensei slowly opened their eyes to see Arona in front of them. But unlike her usual appearance, she was closer to Sensei, standing in a classroom illuminated by the sunlight. Waves crashed against a nearby shore, and water-like patterns rippled across the blue classroom floor. Am I seeing inside the Shatim chest? Sensei thought. They had tucked the tablet inside their satchel before going to the Eden Treaty, but this was the first time they'd ever seen the image within the tablet so clearly. Arona was so much larger than she had been before. "Sensei," Arona pleaded, her eyes filling with bright tears. Are you okay? You need to get a hold of yourself. There was an explosion, and the cathedral collapsed. I did everything I could to protect you, but I think I'm at my limit. Before I run out of energy, you need to wake up." Suddenly, everything came rushing back to Sensei. Just as Makoto's blimp had come into view of the cathedral, something had slammed into the building, causing the entire structure to collapse. Sensei knew that the Shatim chest had been a powerful tool for hacking into the Sanctum Tower before, but Sensei had not known that Arona possessed the power to protect the teacher from harm. However, it seemed like her protective abilities had been used up in the missile strike, and just as Sensei tried to ask Arona what was going on, they felt their consciousness returning, and another voice calling out to them. Hinata, one of the strongest members of the sisterhood, was pulling a mountain of rubble from Sensei's body. As the teacher's consciousness returned, they could see Hinata's exhausted face change into a relieved smile. "Oh, thank goodness you're okay," Hinata panted, looking the teacher over to make sure they were unharmed. "It's a miracle you escaped unscathed. I'm so glad I found you in time." Nearby, Captain Tsurugi and Hasumi of the Justice Task Force were prying themselves out of the rubble, and upon seeing Hinata and Sensei, they limped over to try and assess the situation. Confusion and fear colored everyone's faces. Someone, or something, had attacked the Cathedral of Communion just as the ceremony was about to begin, and in one horrible explosion, one of the most historic locations in Trinity had been leveled to rubble. As Sensei looked around at what had once been a tremendous church, they could barely recognize anything. The walls of the cathedral were nothing more than broken heaps of stone, with fire and ash smoldering amongst the ruins. Sensei tried their best to maintain their composure, but the situation was even worse than they could have imagined. They couldn't see the Gehenna blimp anywhere, and that made the teacher even more anxious. Had Gehenna just attacked the ceremony site? Surely they wouldn't go so far, especially with Hina and the prefect team present. Or had that been exactly what Gehenna was waiting for? No, something about that wasn't right. President Mikoto had made her distaste of Hina abundantly clear, but even she wouldn't be foolish enough to pull off a stunt like this all on her own. And suddenly, the pieces began to fall into place within Sensei's rattled brain. Arius. Of course, they should have expected Arius to try something like this, but none of them could have been prepared for such a catastrophic attack. The teacher wasn't sure how the satellite school had pulled it off, but they had somehow been able to sneak a weapon past Trinity's anti-aircraft defenses and level the site of the most important ceremony between Trinity and Gehenna. Feeling frustration and despair welling up, Sensei did their best to keep calm and try to assess the situation. Tsurugi, Hasumi, and Hinata were clearly injured from the blast, but they were still capable of fighting if needed. Nagisa and Sakurako, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found, which made the teacher suspect that they were still buried under the debris somewhere in the vicinity. Hina and the rest of the prefect team were also missing, and finding everyone would need to be their first priority. After that, whoever was well enough to fight would have to set up a perimeter around the cathedral, as Sensei strongly suspected that the missile attack was only the beginning of Arius's assault. Before the teacher could speak, however, the attention of the survivors was drawn to the sound of gunfire nearby. Emerging from around a pile of rubble, a group of injured students from Gehenna were staggering towards them. Relieved at first to see more students were okay, Sensei quickly stepped back when the students raised their guns to Tsurugi, Hasumi, and Hinata, declaring that Trinity were despicable traitors after all. With a sinking heart, Sensei realized that the Gehenna students thought that Trinity had just declared war. All around the cathedral, chaos broke out. Students who had been celebrating only moments before were now running away in terror, leaving only the Kronos School journalists to shakily cover the footage of the burning cathedral. As Trinity and Gehenna students pulled themselves from the rubble, confusion and fear overtook them. Without any confirmation from their student councils, all they were left to assume was the worst-case scenario, which was that the other side had just declared war. Bleeding and battered, the lower-ranking members of the prefect team and the Justice Task Force faced off against each other and opened fire. Gunshots rang out through the district as Hifumi raced through the shattered city streets, frantically trying to reach Azusa on the phone, to no avail. Hanako and Koharu were right behind her, hoping to reach the cathedral as quickly as possible to aid Sensei and the students who had been inside when the building collapsed. However, with a stampede of students racing away from the impact zone, the group quickly found it impossible to get closer to the cathedral, and Hanako pulled her friends aside to try and come up with a plan. If the cathedral was inaccessible, that meant that Nagisa and Sakurako were cut off until the crowds dispersed, and that left the rest of Trinity in a perilous position. Hanako had been unable to reach Sensei or the Tea Party, and with the chaos currently unfolding, someone had to take control before things became any more dire. With Seiya still unconscious and Mika incarcerated, that only left one other person who could assume interim command and try to regain control of the frightened Trinity students. Hanako, who had been appointed by Sakurako as the Sisterhood's probationary second-in-command, had just become the highest-ranking member of Trinity. Feeling the weight of responsibility fall on her shoulders, Hanako took a deep breath and started laying out her plan. Until the crowd dispersed, the cathedral would be inaccessible to the outside, and so in the interim, they would have to split up to try and regain control of the situation. Hifumi would continue searching for Azusa, who knew the most about Arius and would be able to assist with a counterattack, while Koharu would hurry to the Justice Task Force office to help Trinity's militia maintain order. Meanwhile, Hanako would race back to the Sisterhood's main office to try and assume command of the unraveling situation. Worry and fear still permeated through the girls, but they knew Hanako was right. This was their best shot at trying to resolve this situation. Giving each other quick nods, the Makeup Work Club dispersed and raced across the Trinity district. As the forces of Gehenna and Trinity fought on the surface, Hime was meeting with one of Madame's contacts in the tunnels below. Saori had been ordered to bring down the Gehenna blimp and oversee the situation at the cathedral, whereas Misaki and Hiyori were standing by until Saori gave the order to attack the survivors. Everyone was counting on Hime now to play Arius's trump card, and that involved working with this unsettling man in the catacombs below. Madame's contact was almost as unnerving as the woman herself. This man sported two separate wooden heads, which clacked together uncomfortably as he talked. Hime took a deep breath and cleared her mind of anxiety. Their operation might have been disrupted by Azusa's actions, but they could still salvage things if she could complete this important mission. As the last surviving member of the Arius royal family, the blood that ran through her veins traced all the way back to the Arius leaders who presided over the First Council. Her ancestors had served as guardians of the Trinity Alliance alongside the St. Justina Council, and according to Madame, the spirits of that same council would still recognize her authority within these sacred halls. Hime wasn't sure if this had been Madame's plan all along, or if it had merely occurred to the woman that Hime could be more useful alive than dead. But if this was how Hime ensured her own survival, then she was willing to raise the spirits of the dead to join their fight. To be honest, Hime didn't completely understand how this would all work, but Madame had assured her that Maestro, the unsettling wooden man before her, would handle the summoning ceremony. Following the two-headed man's instructions, Hime produced a copy of the Eden Treaty from her coat and looked over its contents. Makoto had already signed her name in the Gehenna section, and Hime would sign her own in the section for Trinity. All she needed to do now was add one additional line to the paper, and her preparations would be complete. Under the authority of Hikari Atsuko, descendant of the Arius royal line, the Eden Treaty will form an alliance between Trinity and Gehenna academies, and any conflict between these two academies will be suppressed by the Eden Treaty Organization, the official guardians of this treaty, represented by the St. Justina Council and the Arius Squad. In the dilapidated tunnels beneath the Cathedral of Communion, Hime was recreating the conditions of the First Council, where Trinity had been unified hundreds of years ago, where Arius and the St. Justina Council had once served as guardians of the ancient Trinity Alliance. This time, with the alliance of Trinity and Gehenna under the Eden Treaty, Arius and the St. Justina Council would once again serve as the rightful guardians of this city. The thuds of gunfire and mortar shells above signaled to Hime that the time had come. She would sign the Eden Treaty on behalf of Trinity, and in doing so, the guardians of the St. Justina Council would awaken to suppress the violence unfolding between Trinity and Gehenna above. Back on the surface, Captain Tsurugi, Hasumi, and Hinata were panting as they repelled another assault from Gehenna. Utter chaos had descended upon the district, and finding Sakurako, Nagisa, and the prefect team had been impossible while trying to defend against the constant onslaught. As they took a moment to catch their breath, Hinata's eyes widened as another group of opponents emerged from nearby. Instead of another group of panicked Gehenna students, however, the silent opponents walking towards them were otherworldly. Glowing with an eerie blue light, the figures marched in unison, their faces obscured by ancient gas masks, and their bodies covered with an unmistakable black robe. Hinata would never mistake that outfit. She had seen it 100 times in the tomes of the Sisterhood and the lectures on their ancient predecessors, and yet she couldn't find the words to believe what she was seeing. Before her were none other than the members of the Saint Justina Council, glowing with malice and undead light. Was such a thing even possible? Hinata had heard stories of puppets and objects coming to life within the city, but Hinata had written them off as urban legends. And yet, here were the bodies of the St. Justina Council, moving with malicious intent as they marched towards them. What horrible contract had been signed to bring such ghoulish creatures to life? Squaring her shoulders and stepping between Sensei and the monsters, Hinata reloaded her handgun and gripped her grenade launcher. Tsurugi and Hasumi took position beside her, and together they opened fire on their ghastly opponents. The bullets pounded against the glowing figures, soaking up more damage than any students Hinata had ever seen. One by one, the figures began to slump and dissipate into the ground, only to be replaced by more forces still coming from the catacombs. Hinata felt her ammo pouch beginning to get lighter with every wave, and they still kept coming. Just as Hinata was trying to reload her weapon, Tsurugi called out that a rocket was headed their way, and the group barely managed to dodge the attack before it struck. From within the ranks of the ghostly army, a grim-looking student wielding a rocket launcher twice her size was making her way towards them. The area student Misaki had joined the fray, and she was loading another rocket shell to launch at them. Hinata looked at Tsurugi and Hasumi with pure panic. If another one of those shells hit their location, they couldn't guarantee Sensei's safety while still trying to fight off the St. Justina Council. Almost in unison, Hinata, Tsurugi, and Hasumi formed a circle around the teacher, preparing to use themselves as physical shields if Misaki launched another strike. Seeing their plan, Misaki sighed aloud and began reloading another rocket to launch, only for a barrage of machine gun shells to strike her from the side, causing Misaki to stagger. Sensei looked to where the gunfire had originated and saw the dark, outstretched wings of Sorasaki Hina cresting the horizon. Blood dripped from the prefect leader's forehead into her eyes, but Hina grabbed another magazine and reloaded her weapon before firing at Misaki and the St. Justina Council again. Hiyori had been assigned to take care of Hina if she survived the cathedral's collapse, but that clearly had been a more difficult task than any of them had anticipated. Madame's intel had described Hina as a one-woman army, but even a cruise missile had been unable to render Hina unconscious. At the sight of the prefect team leader, a wave of relief passed over Hinata. If anyone could get Sensei out of here alive, it was the most feared leader of Gehenna's militia. Turning to Tsurugi and Hasumi, it seemed like they were all in agreement. They would hold off Misaki and the St. Justina Council while Hina got Sensei to safety. Sensei tried to protest, stating that they wouldn't abandon the girls to fend off the Arius assault alone. But the students urged Sensei to escape while they still could. Hesitating for just a moment, the teacher gripped their satchel and ran to Hina. It was easily apparent that Hina was barely holding herself together. Even though she continued to fire like everything was normal, Sensei could see that she had sustained serious wounds from the collapsing cathedral. Hearing gunfire behind them, Sensei gritted their teeth and raced alongside Hina as they headed for the edge of the cathedral grounds. The treaty had descended into unthinkable chaos. For the first time since the missile had struck the cathedral, it truly sunk in how completely and utterly ruined their situation was. The prospect of peace between Gehenna and Trinity had been shattered. All the hard work of the tea party, the makeup work club, and Hina to make this treaty happen had all gone up in flames when the cathedral had been destroyed. Sensei glanced over at Hina as they ran, and they could see the stress of the situation wearing her down. The girl had already been preparing for retirement before the treaty, and now all that was keeping her together was the thought that she needed to get Sensei to safety. With Makoto and the rest of the Pandemonium Society missing in action, the weight of Gehenna's safety had fallen on Hina's shoulders once again. Hina was at her breaking point, but even if she could barely walk, let alone sprint as she was currently doing, she would do everything to make sure Sensei got out of here alive. After sprinting without rest, Urawa Hanako had arrived at the sisterhood to find it in utter chaos. Sisters were running around in a panic, trying to decide if they should stand alongside the Justice Task Force to fight against Gehenna, or if they should try to maintain calm as they searched for where the missile had come from. Clearing her throat, Hanako called for everyone to calm down. As Trinity's current commander-in-chief, she needed the sisterhood to work with her to bring the fighting under control. Hesitating for just a moment, the gathered sisters quickly recognized Hanako as their interim leader and began compiling whatever video evidence they could of the missile strike. The missile had bypassed Trinity's anti-aircraft defenses, and that meant the weapon was using technology foreign to Kivotos. Only one organization had been reported to use such unknown weaponry, but the Sisterhood needed to determine where the missile had originated before making conclusions about Arius and Gematria's involvement. After poring over all the video evidence they had gathered, the sisters concluded that the rocket had indeed launched from a set of ruins in the Trinity district, where the Arius Satellite School had once resided. And that was enough to confirm Hanako's suspicions that Saori and the Arius squad were responsible for the attack. Although they hadn't yet confirmed Gematria's influence, the emergence of the ghostly St. Justina Council and the high-speed missile pointed to Arius's alignment with the nefarious organization. Hanako told the sisters to transmit this information to every club within Trinity and order them to stand down, as any fighting with Gehenna would only further whatever objective Arius and Gematria were pursuing. Within several minutes, Trinity's smaller clubs had all responded back, confirming that they would stay put on the campus grounds and await further instructions. But one faction refused to recognize Hanako's authority. Mika's Potter faction had defied her authority, and they were now organizing to declare war on Gehenna. Back at the outskirts of Trinity, Sensei and Hina had made it out of the cathedral ruins, only for the prefect leader to collapse, her legs giving out below her. Sensei dropped to their knees and pulled out their phone, trying to reach anyone who could help them. The teacher wasn't sure if Kivotos had an emergency number similar to their own world, but it was worth a shot, as Hina wouldn't be able to move from the spot. As Sensei tried dialing the only emergency number they could think of, a series of figures stepped into the street from an alley nearby. Sensei recognized the figures walking towards them. Against all odds, and after everyone had tried to stop them, the area squad was walking towards Hina and Sensei. Hiyori was looking quite battered after her fight with Hina, and Misaki was sporting a nasty gash on her leg. But Saori was unharmed, and she was headed straight for Sensei. The teacher stood up shakily to meet them, trying to step forward to shield Hina's limp body, but Saori stopped Sensei in their tracks, raising a gun to point at the teacher's chest. "I finally found you," Saori hissed, keeping her weapon firmly trained on Sensei. "Madame said you would be the largest obstacle to our plans. You helped to foil Mika's takeover of Trinity. You poisoned Azusa's mind with lies of peace and unity. And yet here you are, a pitiful adult without even a halo to protect them." With a sinking realization, Sensei reflected that after all the violence they'd witnessed during their time in Kivotos, not once had a gun ever been drawn on them. Their position within Chalet had made them a threat to some, but never to the point where their life had been threatened directly. But Saori and the area squad did not follow the authority of the General Student Council, and all they saw before them was an obstacle to their plans. "So, this is what it feels like to have a gun pointed at you," Sensei thought, feeling their body go completely still as they waited for Saori's next move. The area student looked at the teacher with pure venom in her eyes, but there was something more. Beneath her rage and malice, there was pain. Sensei could scarcely imagine what these students had gone through in the Arius district to bring them to this point. If the teacher could just have a minute to try and talk with them, perhaps they could get through to these students, help them to set down their guns, and see that violence was not the answer to their problems. But Saori did not wait for Sensei to speak. She pulled back the safety on her gun and fired at the teacher. Hina leapt to her feet, propelled by instinct more than thought, as she tried to get between Saori and Sensei. But the heaviness of her limbs made her actions slower than she had intended. And as the bullet soared through the air, it passed Hina's outstretched arms to puncture Sensei in the stomach. The teacher staggered backwards, looking down to see their jacket staining red with blood, and their legs gave out beneath them. Sensei's head began to feel heavy, and before they could stop themselves, they were laying on the cold cobblestone pavement, fruitlessly trying to grasp at their gunshot wound. Hina's shell-shocked face stared at them from nearby. The teacher could vaguely see the area squad still standing nearby, but their attention was drawn as the squealing tires of a truck filled the air around them. Look out! Kyrie called, and the area squad dodged out of the way as an ambulance swerved onto the sidewalk, blocking their line of sight to Sensei and Hina. Senna from the Gehenna Emergency Medical Club leapt off the vehicle and took no time grabbing Sensei from the pavement. "Quick, Hina, get in!" she barked at the prefect team leader, who stumbled into the ambulance in a daze. After confirming that Sensei was secured inside, Senna leapt back into the driver's seat and peeled off the sidewalk. She had arrived just in time. Sensei had been gravely wounded, but if Senna could get them a safe distance away, she could perform triage on the teacher's wounds before getting them to the nearest hospital for long-term treatment. Gunshots from the area squad bounced off the side of the ambulance, but this was not Senna's first rodeo. She was well accustomed to speeding through gunfights in the city, and it would take more than a few rocket shells to stop her armored ambulance. Sensei might have taken a gunshot to the stomach, but Senna wasn't the head of the emergency medical club for nothing. No one would die on her watch, even if she was intensely curious about what work she could perform on a cadaver. Ominous, dark clouds had formed over the cathedral, spreading across the entire Trinity sky, almost as if the anger of Arius and the St. Justina Council was spilling out into the sky. Evening had reached Kivotos, and as the dim sunlight disappeared from the sky, the exhausted Hifumi had finally been able to reach Azusa on the phone. The silver-haired girl asked Hifumi to meet her near the Trinity Annex, and so the earnest girl raced to her friend, determined to work with Azusa to find a solution to the chaos unfolding around them. When Hifumi reached the specified location, however, her friend was nowhere in sight. "Azusa?" Hifumi called out, nervousness tinging her voice. It's me. Where are you? I came like you told me to." From a nearby alley, Azusa stepped out, her face a mix of pain and regret. "I wanted to see you one last time," Azusa said, choking on the words as they left her throat. I had to retrieve the only weapon that could end this." Azusa produced a bomb, the same one that she had been given to end Seiya's life. She wasn't sure how many others were in existence, but she had kept this one hidden for just this occasion, in case she would need to end Saori's life. Azusa's face was a twisted mess of anguish. After everything she had done to fight against her fate, to try and live a life outside of murder, she had still come back to where she'd started. And this would be how things had to end. It was almost sickly poetic, how much Azusa had struggled against becoming a Halo destroyer, only to have Saori force her hand here at the very bitter end. With the leadership of Trinity and Gehenna in chaos, and the spirits of the St. Justina Council now fighting alongside Squad. The only way to stop this was to take out Arius's commander-in-chief, and that meant destroying Saori's halo. Azusa turned to Hifumi, fighting back tears to smile at her. I've tried to fight it, Hifumi, but this is what I was trained to be. We never belonged in the same world. This is the only way to end this. And so, this is goodbye. Thank you for treating me so kindly. Thank you for the gift you gave me. Thank you for showing me that there is beauty in this world. Thank you for being my friend, Hifumi. I'll never forget those days we spent together, and the things that we learned. Goodbye, Hifumi. Take care. As Hifumi realized what Azusa was saying, and what she intended to do, tears began openly streaming down her face. No, please, Azusa, don't go. There has to be another way. We can stop this some other way. We still need to finish the semester together. We still need to see the debut of Pororo's new anime, right? Right, Azusa? Please don't leave me alone. But Azusa was already gone, a ghost of her smile still flickering in Hifumi's mind. The street was empty and utterly silent as Hifumi was overcome with despair. She felt completely and utterly useless. What a fool she had been to think she could make a difference. She had only joined the masked Mizugi gang out of coincidence. Everything she had done to help anyone was simply a result of her knowing someone more powerful. And now that all those powerful people were missing or indisposed, she was left all on her own. Just an ordinary girl in a horribly twisted world. What hope did she have of stopping the Arius squad? Azusa had taken the initiative and tried to save them all, but at the cost of taking the life of another. Overcome with self-hatred and hopelessness, Hifumi collapsed to the ground, openly sobbing into the Trinity streets. As night fell on the Trinity district, Azusa sprinted through the Arius ruins, wiping away hot tears from her face as she mentally reviewed her plan once again. She had no idea how Squad had been able to summon the spirits of the St. Justina Council, but she could easily guess who was pulling the strings of the operation. As the head of Squad, Saori was the most naturally suited to command an army of the undead, and so it was her who Azusa would target. Hime did have the blood of ancient Arius royalty, but Azusa was certain that Madame wouldn't use the girl as a pawn for such a dangerous summoning ceremony. It had to be Saori who was in charge, and Azusa would use that to her advantage. If the rampaging Justina Council spirits were to be stopped, Azusa would either need to rewrite their commandments or murder their commander, and she knew which option she had to pick. If she knew Saori, the squad leader would be planning her final assault on Trinity, and the attack would come from the former Arius campus. Picking up speed, Azusa barely felt the strain in her muscles as she pushed onwards, racing to reach the ruins before Squad did. Much to Azusa's surprise, however, when she finally arrived at the Arius ruins, she found it utterly deserted, indicating that against all odds, she had actually managed to beat Squad here. Azusa wouldn't let such luck be wasted, and she immediately set forth preparing traps throughout as much of the ruins as she could. There wasn't time to fully trap the grounds, but she knew Squad better than anyone, and if she could anticipate where they were most likely to walk, then she could tip the ensuing battle in her favor. Engaging with Squad in a full firefight would not be to Azusa's advantage, and so she'd have to cripple them first. And these traps were her best bet at bringing her former family to their knees. As Azusa finished setting up her last bundle of traps, a series of explosions rocked the ruins from nearby, indicating that the first set of landmines had gone off. The startled cries of Hiyori and Misaki signaled that her plan was off to a good start. Both Hiyori and Misaki were excellent long-range combatants, but if they could be debilitated at the start of the battle, then Azusa would be more successful at the next steps of her plan. With Misaki and Hiyori injured from the traps, Azusa wouldn't have to worry about dodging long-range artillery. And after seeing Saori and Hime emerge from the plume of smoke, Azusa knew that the time was upon her. Azusa would need to lead Saori away from the others, and the best way to do that was to antagonize the squad leader into chasing after her. Under normal circumstances, Saori wouldn't be fooled into chasing after Azusa, but if the squad leader was too overcome with rage to think clearly, then Azusa could lead her away from Squad, where she could destroy Saori's halo without any other casualties. Azusa pulled her weapon to aim at the one thing that would aggravate Saori above all else, and opened fire on Hime. Saori could be infuriating to deal with at the best of times, but Azusa was relieved to find that even after all their time apart, the squad leader was still predictable. As the gunfire scattered from Hime's cloak, Saori leapt after Azusa, pure, unadulterated rage filling her eyes. This was Azusa's chance, and she would be sure not to waste it. Azusa turned on her heel and raced away from Squad, sprinting through the ruins and dodging landmines she had placed along the way. Explosions filled the air behind her, confirming that Saori's single-minded rage had made her less cautious than usual, but Azusa knew that a few landmines would never be enough to drop her squad leader. After several minutes of running, Azusa felt like she'd gone far enough from the rest of Squad so that they wouldn't get caught up in the blast, and she turned to face her former friend and ally. Saori was like a wild animal. Bullets bounced off the walls as Azusa and Saori fired at each other, tactically aiming at the weak points they had been trained to fire upon. It was the single most nerve-wracking battle that Azusa had ever experienced. Even when Mika had led the Arius assault on Trinity, Azusa had not felt this much raw adrenaline and panic coursing through her. She might have correctly assessed how to antagonize Saori, but that was where her understanding of the squad leader ended. Saori was almost like a different person. The sheer venom and cruelty directed at Azusa was unlike anything Saori had expressed before, and the ferocity was too much for Azusa to compete against. as she felt herself stumble to the ground under the onslaught of bullets. Azusa realized that this situation was becoming horribly familiar. While Azusa had spent her years fighting against becoming a murderer, Saori had fully embraced it. As Azusa collapsed to the ground, she looked up to see Saori towering above her, and it was like she was looking at someone else. The ambitious girl who had once stood up to an instructor was long gone, and Azusa realized that Saori had become just like the adults who used violence and fear against them. The righteous Saori had been consumed by hatred in the Arius underground, and this bloodthirsty monster was all that remained. Recognizing the sick irony of her current situation, Azusa spat blood onto the ground. "It'll take more than this to break me," she sneered at Saori with as much confidence as she could muster, echoing the line she had once spat at their instructors. Have you ever thought about where your hatred comes from, Saori? Who was it that instilled that in you? Is it yours? Saori's face twisted into rage at the words, indicating that Azusa's response had only further enraged her. "Your struggle is in vain," Saori hissed back, and opened fire at Azusa. Saori fired again, and again, and again. Azusa began to slump to the ground from the onslaught of bullets, but she clenched her hands to try and maintain her balance. Just as Hime came around the corner. Hime could barely make sense of the scene playing out before her. It was like a scene out of her memories, back when Azusa had disobeyed an instructor and almost lost her life at the hands of a cruel adult. But this time, the players had all switched roles. With rising horror, Hime could see the monster that Saori had become. In fact, as she looked at her own blood-stained hands, Hime realized they had all become different people. What if Azusa had been right all along, and by refusing to challenge their fate, they had succumbed to it? If Azusa had been right about that, then perhaps it wasn't still too late to save Squad. Racing forward to stand in front of Azusa, Hime frantically started using sign language to demand that Saori cease firing. The squad leader was visibly heaving, her body shaking after firing so many rounds into Azusa, and her initial confusion at Hime's presence quickly shifted as she lowered her weapon. Breathing a sigh of relief, Hime stepped forward to Saori, using sign language to tell her that Saori needed to calm down. And that was when Azusa sprang from the ground, racing out of the hallway before anyone could react. Shouting in anger, Saori let loose another string of bullets, only to stop when she saw a small white plush on the ground where Azusa had just been. With a twisted smile, Saori realized it was the Pororo plush that Azusa treasured, and if she had left it behind, then she would surely return to retrieve it once again. Saori could see Hime anxiously signing that she needed to calm down, but Saori ignored her to stare at the plush. How could Azusa be swayed by such a petty thing such as this? It was such a disgusting sentiment. But Saori's attention was swayed as a beeping began to fill the air. And it seemed to be coming from this Pororo plush. Using her pocket knife to tear the plush open, Saori and Hime saw that inside there was a halo-destroying bomb. Everything had been a colossal gamble. Azusa might not have intended to take so much damage from the gunfight with Saori, but she had always meant to lose the battle and drop Saori's guard just enough to safely leave the plush behind. Hime had been an unexpected distraction, but Azusa didn't have time to think of the horrible consequences of the girl's sudden appearance. It was now or never. She would have just enough time to race a safe distance away before pressing the switch on the detonator. Back in the hallway, Hime looked at the ticking Pororo time bomb and knew there was no time to think. Saori had protected her for so long, and now it was time to return the favor. The masked girl snatched the plush before Saori could react and pressed it to her body as she raced as fast as she could, trying to put as much distance between her and Saori as possible. The sounds of Saori's anguished screams, demanding that Hime come back before it was too late, were quickly drowned out by the ear-piercing explosion moments later. Outside the ruins, in a secluded alleyway within Trinity's district, Azusa finally stopped running, no longer able to see the plume of smoke from the ruins nearby, and collapsed to the ground. Despite everything that she had done, all the effort she had expended to try and change her fate, none of it mattered. She would never get to be a normal student, watching anime and going to class with her friends. She had become a murderer in order to save Trinity, and the burden was simply too much to bear. Huge, heaving sobs escaped Azusa's mouth as she curled up on the cold cobblestone, rain pounding down from the darkened sky above. Sensei's head felt heavy, their thoughts more clouded than usual. They felt like they could hear a soft breeze blowing nearby, but everything was dark, almost like their eyes were closed. In fact, now that they realized it, their eyes were closed, and after a large amount of effort, they opened them to see a confusing sight. Instead of the Gehenna ambulance, the teacher was startled to see that they were at the tea party terrace. But it was the middle of the night, and as they looked down at their jacket, they found it pristine and noticeably absent of bullets. This is a dream, the teacher realized. And as they looked at the tea party table, they saw that they were not alone. A girl in a long white Trinity dress and fox-like ears was staring at the teacher from nearby, her expression thoughtful but weary. "Nice to meet you, Sensei," the student said aloud. "I'm Yurizono Seiya. We're in your dream, or maybe this is my dream." It was odd. Sensei knew they had never met Seiya before, and yet she was familiar. They wondered if this was really their first meeting, or if Seiya had appeared to them in long-forgotten dreams before. Almost on cue, Seiya continued talking. I know who you are, because I've been observing you and everyone at Trinity through the realm of dreams. I've seen how the Makeup Work Club fought to pass their exams, how Arius attacked the Eden Treaty ceremony and twisted the contract to their own gains, how the fate Azusa had fought so hard against still came to pass. She took a moment to sigh sadly before continuing. The Eden Treaty was a paradox to begin with, just like the fifth koan. Paradise cannot be proven, and yet the General Council President named this treaty after that paradise, surely as some kind of sick joke. If the existence of paradise cannot be proven, then this treaty was always destined to fail. This is a fitting end to this tale. Perhaps Arius had it right all along. Vanitas vanitatum. Everything is in vain. Life is ultimately empty. As Sensei listened to the hopelessness pouring from Seiya, a thought suddenly passed through their mind. Seiya, Sensei interrupted, you're acting as if everything is set in stone, but your foresight has limits, doesn't it? You've only talked about what's already happened. You haven't seen what happens next, have you? The statement took the Trinity president off guard, and she protested the teacher's statement. No, I haven't, because there's no point in knowing. What happens next is like an epilogue after the ending. Knowing will only lead to more sadness and suffering. A spark of hope ignited in the teacher, and they rose to their feet. Seiya might have foresight, but she labored under the assumption that such events were unchangeable. She had stayed in the realm of dreams, too afraid of what would happen next to try and stop them. And so they had come to pass. But Sensei was not willing to succumb to the same despair. The fifth koan that Seiya kept quoting, that paradise cannot be proven, and therefore nothing is provable, it was the same circular reasoning as vanitas vanitatum, that all of life was in vain. But Azusa had already seen how to break out of this logical puzzle. Life might be ultimately in vain, but that didn't mean you couldn't keep struggling. It may be impossible to ever truly know the future, or to trust the sincerity of another person, but that didn't mean it wasn't worth trying. The fifth koan was not a proclamation that hope was meaningless, but rather a reminder that you shouldn't waste time trying to prove the absolute sincerity of another person, because you don't need to read someone's mind to put your trust in them. Just like the existence of paradise, the fifth koan demonstrated one must have faith in other people, because even if you can't definitively prove their intentions, that doesn't mean you couldn't still believe in them. Lies and distrust had gotten them into this entire mess in the first place. If Mika had trusted her fellow presidents, then she might have told them about her plans to reconcile no matter what, and they could have worked together to outreach Arius. If Nagisa had trusted Sensei, then she wouldn't have needed to abuse the teacher's power to find a traitor, and they could have worked together to determine who had tried to assassinate Seiya. If Seiya had trusted her visions, she could have told her fellow presidents what she had foreseen, and the attack on the Eden Treaty might have been prevented. Sensei made it clear that they were not blaming Seiya in any way, but that from this moment forward, Seiya would have to make a choice. She could either continue to hide away in her dreams, despairing over the unknowable future, or she could follow Sensei back to the real world to try and salvage what was still left of this treaty. Either way, the teacher wouldn't be waiting around for her. They needed to get back to the students who urgently needed them, and they would not be kept within this dream world any longer. Seiya tried to protest that Sensei wasn't healed yet, and besides, so many people had tricked Sensei already. What was the point of continuing to trust in others when that trust had been broken so many times? And Sensei replied that just because people had abused their trust before, that didn't mean that it was worth giving up on people entirely. This dream had gone on long enough. It was time for Sensei to wake up and help their students out of the crisis that had befallen them. As Sensei's consciousness shifted, the sounds of the wind gently blowing in the dream slowly faded away, replaced by frantic whispering and the clattering of feet on linoleum floors. Within the darkened hospital room, Sensei opened their eyes. From the looks of it, they had been transported to Trinity, as they could see remedial knights Hanai and Serena tending to wounded students nearby. Feeling the gunshot wound twinge as the teacher moved, Sensei slowly rose to sit up. "Sensei!" the remedial knights gasped, hurrying over to the teacher. Sensei could see that Hasumi, Tsurugi, and Hinata were amongst the students sleeping nearby in the hospital. They made it out okay, the teacher thought, a wave of relief passing over them. Hanai and Serena quickly filled the teacher in on everything that had happened while they were unconscious. Gehenna's medical captain Senna had transported Sensei to Trinity, as it was the closest hospital to the cathedral, and Trinity's vigilante crew had safely transported the teacher inside. Hanako had resumed command of the school in the Tea Party's absence, but the Potter faction had gone to break Mika out of jail, and they were going to try to seize power from the Sisterhood. If that was the case, then Sensei knew where they had to go. Carefully checking that their wound wouldn't reopen anytime soon, Sensei reclaimed their satchel from nearby and hurried as fast as they could muster towards the Trinity detainment cells. Within the Arius ruins, Saori could barely feel her voice when Hime had snatched the bomb and run off to try and mitigate the damage. Saori had shouted after her to stop, but as the weapon exploded, all of Saori's anguish and despair came pouring out. Shrapnel from the bomb had split open Saori's forehead and sliced open her arm, completely breaking through her halo's defenses in an instant. If Hime's body hadn't blocked most of the explosion, Saori was certain that she would be dead. Her lungs heaving and her body shaking, Saori stumbled to her feet and limped towards where Hime had been, terrified at what she would find there. Only to find that Hime's mask, the same mask Madame had insisted the girl wear at all times, was the only thing that had been seriously damaged in the explosion. Hime's hair was charred and her coat torn, but she was otherwise unharmed. With a wave of relief, Saori realized the mask must have been a safeguard to keep Hime alive, which had been the only reason Madame had ever let the girl leave the palace grounds. After all, what good was a sacrifice if they were dead, according to Madame? Misaki and Hiyori had finally caught up to them, only to stop in their tracks as they took in the sight of the room. The bomb might not have destroyed their halos, but Saori was in visibly terrible shape, and Hime had still not woken up from the impact of the bomb. Hiyori was shaking now at the sight of Saori covered in large gashes, and Misaki was doing her best to try and keep everyone calm as they assessed their situation. Hime might be alive because of Madame's strange mask, but after the explosion, the ghostly forms of the St. Justina Council had grown visibly weaker and more difficult to control. The council spirits had gone from attacking any Gehenna and Trinity students to meekly shifting around the district, aimlessly looking for some purpose to fulfill. If they were to successfully crush Trinity and Gehenna, then they would have to renew their command of the spirits at the Cathedral of Communion, where Madame's unsettling contact Maestro was still lurking. Saori nodded along to Misaki, acknowledging her agreement that their next plan of action would be renewing command of their spiritual army. But Saori found that she was having a more difficult time focusing than she had before. The relief that she'd felt at the sight of Hime being unharmed had been overwhelmed by rage and hatred at what Azusa had done, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. She could still feel her own halo-destroying bomb strapped to her back, which she had brought as a last resort for the Eden Treaty. But now she was consumed with the desire to unleash it upon Azusa. However, upon seeing the worried looks of Misaki and Hiyori staring back at her, Saori forced herself to take a long, deep breath, and some of her anger began to recede, just enough so that she could properly focus again. Misaki was right. They would wait until Hime had regained consciousness, and then they would need to hurry to the Cathedral of Communion as quickly as possible. Once Squad had regained control of the St. Justina Council, then Saori would personally ensure that Azusa would pay for what she'd done. Meanwhile, in a dark street corner several minutes away, Azusa was still curled up, her heaving sobs masked by the pouring rain. Out of the corner of her eye, a ghostly robed figure floated by, ignoring Azusa as it drifted down the street. The glowing Justina Council spirit was considerably weaker and more aimless, wandering through the street without purpose. And as it passed by the alleyway, Azusa suddenly realized what this meant. If the council was still moving around, then that meant their contract with Arius still stood. And that meant that Hime and Saori weren't dead. Based on the listless behavior of the spirits, it seemed like they were considerably weaker than before, and that meant the bomb had done some damage. But Squad would need to regain control of the council at the cathedral once again, or risk losing their ghostly army forever. Pulling herself to her feet, Azusa wiped the tears and blood from her face, and readied herself for the long run back to the cathedral. Every muscle in her body ached from exhaustion, and the wounds that Saori had inflicted were stinging in the pouring rain. But that would not be enough to stop her. She still had a chance to resolve this before it was too late. The bomb might not have worked to destroy their halos, but Saori was weak enough that a prolonged gunfight would not be in her favor. Azusa could still take her down before anyone else had to get hurt. After waiting as long as she could to let her muscles rest, Azusa slung her weapon across her back and began sprinting towards the Cathedral of Communion, where she knew Squad would be waiting for her. Back at the main Trinity campus, the disgraced Tea Party president and leader of the Potter faction, Misono Mika, sat inside her holding cell, listening to the sounds of gunfire and chaos unfolding outside. She'd always known the Arius planned to strike the Eden Treaty ceremony, but with her defeat several weeks prior, Mika had assumed that Saori and the rest of Squad would not have the manpower to make it happen. Clearly, that assumption had been incorrect, as Justice Task Force members were hurriedly racing about, calling for reinforcements to fight against Arius and the spirits of the St. Justina Council. Mika sighed, feeling the weight of her actions once again, and her thoughts became a cloud of anxiety and self-doubt. What a complete and utter fool she had been, thinking she could reconcile with Arius. That wicked Saori had tricked her and tried to use her to get what Arius wanted. Admittedly, Mika was somewhat complicit in Seiya's assault, but the real blame lay with Saori. And if there was any justice in this world, that wretched Arius Squad leader would be taught a lesson she would never forget. The thought of destroying Saori's halo passed through Mika's mind, but she cast it away just as quickly. No matter how much she hated what Saori had done to her, she would never again live with the weight of murder. Not after discovering that Seiya had been alive all this time. Truthfully, Mika had no idea what would await her once the trial commenced, but so long as Seiya was alive, nothing else mattered. Mika would accept whatever punishment was given for trying to overthrow the Trinity government. She would almost certainly be stripped of her title as Tea Party president, but what more would be done was complete speculation. From what she'd heard, the Sisterhood would be taking her place, and that seemed like it was for the best. Noises outside her cell drew Mika's attention away from her contemplations, and she could hear the startled shouts of Justice Task Force officers as gunfire echoed throughout the building. Well, that's a surprise, Mika thought. Has Arius come to find me after all? She relished the thought of seeing Saori again and teaching that girl what happened when you tricked the muscle of the Tea Party. The doors of Mika's cell burst open, revealing not Arius, but a group of Mika's Potter faction followers on the other side. Mika was at a loss for words as the students marched in, proudly holstering their weapons as they stepped towards her. "Miss Mika!" they shouted, filling into the room. "We're sorry for taking so long. We've come to set you free." Mika stared at them, blinking very slowly as she tried to process their words. They were here to do What? Exactly? Why on earth would they be here to set her free? She might have been one of the most powerful figures in the Potter faction, but Mika had been under the assumption that her role as their leader was severed when she was arrested. One of her Potter followers stepped forward. "We wanted to rescue you sooner, but there wasn't a chance before now. We all know how much you despise Gehenna, even to the point of allying with Arius, and that's why we've come to help you wipe them off the map. After the chaos at the Eden Treaty, all the Tea Party leaders are missing, so we've come here to rescue you and reclaim power over Trinity." Mika blinked several more times, trying to process what they were saying. They actually thought that what she had done was a good thing? That trying to destroy Gehenna, leading to the attempted murder of her friends, was a good thing? Trinity's leadership was certainly in need of a major overhaul, and Gehenna was still just as untrustworthy and detestable as they had always been. But this was the most ridiculous thing she'd heard in ages, and Mika couldn't believe she'd fooled herself into thinking similar thoughts only a few weeks before. Before she could stop herself, Mika had burst into derisive laughter. You're right, Mika laughed, feeling her self-hatred rise within her throat. I do hate Gehenna. I'm so flattered that you remembered, but I'm not about to leave this cell to join your hate-filled crusade. Your hatred for Gehenna is your own. Don't drag me into this mess with you. The faces of Mika's followers turned from confusion to rage. Why did she turn away their help and their opportunity to destroy Gehenna once and for all? How could she have tried to overturn Trinity's government, only to laugh at them now and mock their efforts? If Mika wouldn't join them in their crusade, then she was too much of a liability to leave alone. She might be one of the strongest students in all of Kivotos, but she was unarmed and a prime target for an angry Potter firing squad. One by one, all the Potter students raised their rifles to Mika and unleashed their fury. Bullets pounded into Mika, feeling them sting as the spurned Potter students unleashed their vengeance. The Potter students were underestimating her. She could easily crush these fanatical students without a weapon, but that would not bode well for her upcoming trial sentencing. The justice system of Trinity said that it was fair above all else, but she wouldn't put it past them to ignore claims of self-defense if she broke these girls to pieces. Even more than that, however, Mika was surprised to find that she felt afraid. These girls had looked up to her for so many years, and she had led them astray with her actions. And now they were seeking retribution for rejecting their fanatical plans. The students of Kivotos were resilient to gunfire. They were not immune to all pain, and at the rate these students were firing, they were aiming to torture Mika for her lack of compliance. Would she ultimately be punished for her crimes, not by the laws of Trinity, but by the violence of her former followers? Closing her eyes to try and choke back her fear, Mika was startled by the sound of an anxious but earnest voice from nearby. Wait a second, a voice called out from the doorway. What are you doing? The Potter faction swiveled around to see the face of Shimoe Koharu standing in the doorway. When the Makeup Work Club had dispersed to different sections of Trinity, Koharu had made her way to the Justice Task Force office, only to find it in complete disarray. Students were running around in a panic, trying to reach Tsurugi or Hasumi for orders, and no one knew what to do with the increasingly treacherous Potter faction, who had just breached the holding cells in search of Mika. Koharu might not be the tactical leader that Hanako was, or have the military skills of Azusa, but her friends had helped her see that even a Justice Force rookie like her could help those in need. And as the main militia office continued to fret over how to proceed, Koharu headed out alone to face the Potter faction at the Justice Force Detention Center. When she had arrived, Koharu was shocked to see that the Potter faction had raised their guns against Mika and were violently shooting at her inside the cell. Their numbers were tremendous. Koharu had fought violent opponents alongside the Makeup Work Club, but she became nervously aware of how outnumbered she was, and how bloodthirsty these students were. Admittedly, Koharu didn't know Mika personally. In fact, she was a little terrified of the powerful Tea Party president, but no matter what Mika had done to earn this prison cell, it did not justify the torture that these students were trying to inflict upon her. Gripping her weapon more tightly and preparing a grenade from her belt, Koharu shouted at the Potter faction to stand down, or she would make them. Mika would not be hit with another bullet. Koharu would not allow it. Her hands shaking as she lifted her weapon, Koharu prepared for the most intense firefight of her life, and felt a hand drop gently on her shoulder. "That's enough, everyone," a soft voice stated. "Please lay down your weapons." Koharu, Mika, and the Trinity students all jumped at the sound of Sensei's voice. The teacher was grimacing a little and clutching their side, but their eyes were filled with conviction, and they weren't about to let any more violence occur. Realizing who it was that was now standing in the doorway, the Potter faction students became visibly nervous. The Eden Treaty might have plunged Trinity into chaos, but Sensei was a tremendously powerful figure. Their appearance here meant that the Potter faction had lost the element of surprise, and the presence of Koharu meant that the Justice Task Force would soon be on their heels. Without another second's hesitation, the Potter faction scattered, racing past the injured teacher and the Justice Force rookie standing in their way. They wouldn't be causing any more problems now that Sensei and the Justice Task Force were back in business. Sensei had made it just in time to the holding cell and prevented a gunfight between Koharu, Mika, and the Potter dissidents. The teacher ignored the pain in their stomach as they turned to Koharu and gave her a huge smile. "I'm proud of you, Koharu," Sensei told the girl. "You handled that like a real elite." Gigantic tears of relief welled up in Koharu's eyes at Sensei's words. It had been a terrifying encounter, but Koharu had reached Mika just in time to prevent the Potter faction from torturing her further, and she realized that was one of the most heroic things she had ever done. Mika was trying to keep herself together, but seeing Koharu and Sensei stand up for her, even after everything she had done, it was too much to process. She tried to maintain her composure for a few more moments before utterly bursting into tears. Mika couldn't deny it any longer. She was completely frightened. She had tried to keep her composure within Trinity's prison for several weeks now. She had no idea if she'd even be allowed to attend the school after this was all over. After everything that had transpired, Mika still hadn't even seen Seiya yet, and the thought of leaving Trinity without having the chance to apologize was eating her alive. Koharu and Mika were both crying now, and Sensei tried their best to reassure the two students that everything was going to be okay. They had been through so much in such a short period of time, and it was long overdue for someone to take the weight of this responsibility off their shoulders. "I'll take things from here," the teacher said, and pulled out their phone to make a call. When Hifumi received word that Sensei was summoning the Makeup Work Club back to Trinity, she could barely process the information. As her limbs moved her back to the main Trinity campus, she could not shake her mental haze, overwhelmed by swirling thoughts of her own inadequacy and her inability to help anyone. She couldn't even stop Azusa from going to destroy Saori's halo. What good could she possibly do back at Trinity? Hanako and Koharu were more than enough to restore order. Hifumi should just wait out the fighting in an alley somewhere. At least she'd be more useful out of the line of fire than taking up space on the battlefield. But the urgency of Sensei's message kept her from shrinking away into the darkened streets, and Hifumi didn't want to let the teacher down any more than she already had. And so she trudged all the way back to the main Trinity campus. She had no idea how long she'd been moving forward, but as the darkened sky was slowly beginning to get lighter, she reflected that it would be morning within a few hours. At the front gates of Trinity's campus, Hifumi could vaguely make out 3 figures waiting in the gloom. After squinting her eyes for a second, Hifumi realized that the figures were none other than Hanako, Koharu, and Sensei, all waving over at her. Upon reaching them, Hifumi could see that all 3 of them were quite badly off. Hanako was disheveled and exhausted, having barely managed to keep order within Trinity. Koharu was bright red and sweaty from running all over Trinity's campus in her efforts to assist the Justice Task Force, whereas Sensei was horribly pale, clutching their stomach with one hand as they greeted Hifumi. Taking in the sight of her friends and mentor, Hifumi began to feel utterly incompetent in comparison. While the rest of the Makeup Work Club had been fighting to keep order in the city, she had been crying alone on a deserted street, feeling too helpless to even move. Hifumi's doubt and self-contempt began to well up in her throat, and the words came tumbling out. Hifumi apologized for not being more useful, for being an ordinary girl who couldn't even stop Azusa from destroying Saori's halo, and for always getting in the way when there was nothing she could do to help. Hifumi, Sensei interrupted, snapping Hifumi's attention to the teacher. You weren't just the leader of the Makeup Work Club because you were appointed by Nagisa. You're the leader of the Makeup Work Club because your resiliency, compassion, and determination held the club together. Without you, the Makeup Work Club never would have passed their exams, and you all would have been expelled from Trinity. You're the pillar of our team. Why would we ever think you're useless? As the teacher's words began to sink in, some of the fog in her mind began to clear up, and Hifumi could see more clearly how brutal she had been to herself. She might not have been able to stop Azusa, but that didn't mean there wasn't still something she could do to help. And Hifumi realized what they needed to do next. Koharu, Hanako, and Sensei would make for valuable allies, but they needed more forces if they were going to take down Arius once and for all. Hifumi laid out her plan. Hanako and Koharu would gather all the remaining Justice Force members who could still fight, and Sensei would do the same for Gehenna's prefect team. Hifumi, on the other hand, would enlist the help of another martial force. She dialed a number on her Pororo-themed phone and waited for the recipient to pick up. "Hey, Ayane? It's Hifumi. I'm sorry to call you so early in the morning, but how quickly do you think you and the masked Mizugi gang could assemble in Trinity?" Within the Gehenna district, amidst the darkness of her bedroom, President Hina of the prefect team was curled into a ball, her long hair becoming a tangled mess on the floor. After Senna had treated her wounds back at Gehenna, Hina had taken little time to flee from the hospital, making her way back to her own room to collapse in a heap on the floor. It was too much for just one person to bear. Makoto and the Pandemonium Society had been rescued from a lake nearby the cathedral, but Hina was certain that the Gehenna president had tried to get her killed. How could she go on trying to shoulder the safety of this school when even Makoto didn't trust her and would sooner see Hina dead? What was the point of continuing to protect this school when all her effort to try and make this treaty a reality had been spit upon by the higher forces of this academy? Hina's phone had been buzzing non-stop since she arrived home, but she had promptly turned it off. Akka was almost certainly panicked as to where she had gone, but Hina didn't even know what she would say. She had already been exhausted before the ceremony had begun, but when the missile had hit the building, it had broken more than the cathedral walls. A knock on the door startled Hina to her feet. Only one person would have the guts to show up at a time like this, and Hina really didn't want to see them right now. But the memory of the gunshot flashed before her eyes once again, and she wearily rose to her feet to head to the door. The least she could do was see that Sensei was still alive with her own 2 eyes. That was worth the intrusion into her despair, if nothing else. As Hina opened the door, she saw the teacher on the other side, looking almost as bad as she did. Sensei cracked a smile at her, but it was obvious the teacher was worried about Hina's disheveled appearance, which was laughable given how obviously Sensei was clutching at their stomach wound. Without saying a word, Hina ushered the teacher inside and pointed at a place for them to sit. "I'm glad to see you're all right, Sensei," Hina said, her voice sounding more ragged than she'd realized. "But I can't do it anymore, Sensei. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm just so tired." "I didn't come here to drag you back to fight," Sensei earnestly replied. "I couldn't get a hold of you over the phone, and I wanted to make sure you were okay. Of everyone involved with the Eden Treaty, you never stopped believing that there could be a peaceful future between Gehenna and Trinity. I know things didn't turn out the way we intended, but I'll take over from here. We'll figure out some way for you to still retire. And even if this treaty fell apart, I wanted you to know that I'll keep trying to make peace between the two schools a reality." Hina stared back at the teacher and furrowed her eyebrows. It wasn't fair. The teacher never intended it, but they always made Hina remember why she joined the prefect team in the first place, and how hard she'd worked to keep everything afloat. But that wouldn't sway her this time. She was not going to return to the prefect team, no matter what Sensei said to her. "You know, I was always jealous of the Abydos task force and the makeup work club," Hina said aloud, the words slipping out before she could stop them. "They always seemed so carefree, like they were enjoying being normal students together. But I can't be like that. I'm not strong like Hoshino. I can't go on after seeing so much devastation. I just want to be something other than a one-woman army. I want to be a normal student too sometimes." She quickly gasped as the words escaped her lips, unable to stop her thoughts from spilling out after her internal filter had completely disappeared. Sensei straightened up at Hina's words, and the most genuine smile spread across their face. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" the teacher said. "I can always save a spot for you in the next makeup work class." "You're never alone, Hina, and I'd be glad to help you be a regular student." Blinking her puffy eyelids, Hina stared at the teacher and found herself cracking a smile. Of all the stupid things for Sensei to say, that was exactly what she needed to hear. Hina wasn't a one-woman army anymore. She had crucial allies and comrades who she could trust and rely on. And those allies needed her now more than ever. Sensei hadn't intended to drag her back to the fight, but that didn't mean she wasn't still a crucial part of it. Perhaps once this was all said and done, she'd take Sensei up on their offer, but for now, she had one last battle to lead as the head of the prefect team. Hina wiped her puffy eyes and told Sensei to get ready. They had one more battle to fight before this was all over. Back at the cathedral ruins, the area squad took a moment to catch their breath after running all night to get back to the sacred site. Saori was looking even worse than when they had left the Arius ruins. Her head and arm wounds needed desperate medical attention, and she was having a hard time breathing after all their running. Hime had tried to fit the mask back on her face, just in case they ran into more trouble, but it was jagged and crumpled, causing her true face to show through for the first time in years. Just as the group was finally ready to head back into the catacombs, a darkened figure appeared at the top of the rubble nearby. Misaki and Hiyori bristled at the sight of their old comrade Azusa, who had caught up to them while they had been resting. And Saori let out a primal snarl. Meanwhile, the Makeup Work Club had finally assembled all the forces they would need to launch a counterattack, and Hanako, Koharu, and Hifumi raced back to the cathedral, where the area squad was reconvening. According to the Sisterhood's intel, one of the area squad members was a direct descendant of the ancient guardians of Trinity, and somehow her presence had allowed the spirits of the St. Justina Council to manifest once again. The actual mechanism for this was less clear, but it was suspected that the apparitions were directly tied to Hime's physical state, and the girl had apparently received quite a blow, as the St. Justina Council were hardly manifesting anymore. Unless the area squad renewed their hold on the Justina Council, they would lose the spirits forever. And that meant that the Makeup Work Club had a limited but prime opportunity to strike. Everyone who could fight was headed towards the cathedral grounds. Tsurugi, Hasumi, and the standing members of the Justice Task Force were coming from the east, whereas Hina and the prefect team were coming from the north. Hifumi checked her phone again to see if there had been any word from Ayane since they'd last spoken, but there were no new messages waiting for her. The Foreclosure Task Force had assured her that there would be no problem getting to Trinity in time, but she still crossed her fingers that the girls would actually make it to the cathedral. Hifumi wasn't sure where Azusa currently was, but she was certain that the girl had tried to destroy Saori's halo once already. And if that hadn't succeeded, then her stubborn friend would be close behind the area squad. And she was determined to stop Azusa before she made a life-altering decision. As the Makeup Work Club crested a pile of rubble, Hifumi saw them. Saori and Azusa were standing below them on the remnants of a chapel wall, and after confirming that the St. Justina Council spirits were still wavering in and out of existence, Hifumi knew that they had made it just in time. All throughout her life, Hifumi had characterized herself as nothing more than an ordinary girl, a person who was not meant for greatness, who was satisfied with doing well in classes and making sure that she wasn't a bother to those around her. But despite her low self-esteem, Hifumi could no longer deny that she wanted to be something more. Someone who could bring happiness to others, just like Pororo and Momo friends had brought happiness to her. The world was such a dangerous, sad place. But as Hifumi spent time with the Abydos Task Force and the Makeup Work Club, she began to wonder if maybe someone like her could protect and lead those who needed it most. And as she saw her friend facing off with Saori below, Hifumi knew that her time had finally come. "Azusa!" Hifumi yelled, running towards her. Both Azusa and the area squad turned to Hifumi in surprise, with Saori taking a couple steps back at the sight of unexpected reinforcements. "Go back, Hifumi. This isn't a place for a normal girl like you," Azusa stammered, her face bleeding and bruised. Hifumi's pulse began to rise at the statement, and she fixed Azusa with an angry stare. "I'm tired of you telling me that we don't belong in the same world. I'm not the ordinary nice girl you think I am, Azusa." Standing defiantly before the area squad and her friend, Hifumi reached into her backpack and produced a paper taiyaki bag. Everyone, both friend and foe alike, stared at Hifumi in confusion until a rallying cry sounded above the horizon. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, forsake mercy and walk the path of chaos." Right on cue, 4 figures emerged from the horizon, all wearing numbered masks, and joined their leader Faust of the masked Mizugi gang. "It looks like we got here just in time," Hoshino grinned, pulling her shotgun out to face the area squad. The smell of helicopter fuel wafted from the task force, and Hifumi breathed a quiet sigh of relief that her partners in crime had made it in the nick of time. I won't let you do this alone, Azusa. Friends stand by each other's side. I belong in your world just as much as you belong in mine, and I won't let you succumb to this twisted fate without a fight. Sensei crested the hill nearby, panting and wheezing from running, and gave a thumbs up to signal that the prefect team and the Justice Task Force were close behind. What's going on? Saori demanded, raising her pistol towards Sensei. But Misaki waved at Saori to stand down. The masked Mizugi gang had all donned their masks and had their weapons trained on the area squad. We're surrounded, breathed Hiyori nervously, seeing the forces of Trinity and Gehenna circling around them. Saori began to move towards Azusa again, but was immediately distracted by the Justice Task Force, who had finally arrived just in time to open fire on the wavering St. Justina spirits. The familiar machine gun fire of Hina and the prefect team echoed around them, and the area squad watched in horror as the weakened St. Justina ghosts began to crumple under the assault. The situation was beginning to spin out of squad's control, but Saori grit her teeth as she glared at Azusa and the masked Mizugi gang. Their numbers are meaningless once Hime regains control of the council, and once the St. Justina Council is reformed, you'll all be taught how this world is full of malice and hatred, and that your lives are ultimately in vain. Hifumi stared back at Saori and felt righteousness rising up within her. Malice? Hatred? Hifumi repeated, stripping the paper mask from her head. That's the truth of the world that you see? Hifumi straightened up from her place atop an old chapel wall and shouted so that everyone could hear. Even if what you're saying is true, even if that's how the world works sometimes, to hell with that. That doesn't have to be how our stories are told. Overcoming adversity through friendship, hard work paying off, friends picking each other up when they're down. I love happy endings like that, and I won't let you dictate my own future or the future of my friends. Azusa watched in amazement as Hifumi shouted at Saori, feeling the heartfelt conviction with every word. And suddenly, things fell into place in Azusa's mind. These words were what Azusa had been grasping at for so many years. It was the idea that even in the face of despair and hopelessness, even if all of life is in vain, it was still worth fighting to live. There was nothing wrong with liking happy endings or trying to fight against becoming a murderer. She had been wrong to think that Hifumi was different from her. They might have been raised in different parts of the city, but they both believed that even in a world filled with hatred and despair, it was still worth fighting for a better future. It wasn't just Azusa who was struck by Hifumi's speech. Everyone gathered had become completely still as Hifumi spoke, listening to her as small rain droplets fell from the sky. In fact, with every word that came from her mouth, every proclamation of her resolve, Sensei realized that the rain was becoming lighter, and the angry, darkened storm clouds above them were slowly beginning to dissipate. As Sensei blinked in confusion, they noticed that the wavering St. Justina Council spirits had also stopped moving, almost as if they were listening to Hifumi's speech and feeling her conviction with every word. With a sudden realization, the teacher looked at the area student Hime, who was noticeably shaken and battle-worn, and suddenly everything fell into place. It was never a matter of bloodlines, of royal blood, or ancient treaties. Sensei was amazed they hadn't realized it before. It's their emotions, Sensei reflected. The spirits of this world are powered by the students' emotions. The teacher wasn't sure how Gematria had accomplished it, but they had somehow harnessed Hime and Arius's rage to manifest the St. Justina Council. And now Hifumi's proclamations were overriding that agreement. It had never mattered that Hime was of royal blood. The only thing that did was the fury that she and Arius felt towards Trinity and Gehenna, and something had caused that to weaken to the point where Hifumi was overpowering it. Sensei watched in amazement as the clouds continued to clear from the sky, the rage-filled storm dissipating in the face of Hifumi's heartfelt conviction. From atop a pile of rubble that was once the cathedral entrance, Hifumi raised her finger to the sky and was illuminated by the rising sun behind her. "We're the only ones who can write our own futures, and no one else. These are our stories, and only we can write them. That is the truth of this world." Hatred was a powerful emotion, but hope was just as strong. And as Hifumi finished speaking, Sensei knew what they needed to do. If Gematria had finalized Arius's control of the St. Justina Council with a flimsy paper contract, then surely Sensei could do the same thing with a verbal agreement. The teacher took a deep breath, and once Hifumi had finished speaking, they shouted aloud, "I hereby declare the Makeup Work Club the real guardians of the Eden Treaty." "What?" Saori shouted, but it was already too late. The withering St. Justina Council spirits had begun to distort, their forms splitting apart as they struggled against the powerful emotions of Hifumi and the weakening hatred from Hime. Unsure of which orders to follow, the spirits collapsed, their manifestations stretching and shifting as conflicting emotions tore them apart. From a vantage point at the edge of the ruins, the two-headed man named Maestro watched with dismay as the Justina Council spirits finally faded away. What a shame it was for such incredible pieces of art to perish. Maestro had spent many years working within Gematria, and yet he'd never created so many beautiful pieces of art at once, and he feared he would never have the chance to do so again. Within Gematria's ranks, Maestro considered himself an artist rather than a warmongerer, and his preferred artistic medium were the emotions of these haloed students. While Black Suit specialized in espionage and Golconda crafted weapons, Maestro was the master of phantasms. He could channel powerful emotions into stationary objects and reanimate them as pseudo-living beings. This process of mimesis created beings that did not possess the same mystic abilities of the haloed students, much to Blacksuit's disappointment, but they possessed the power of the emotions that had created them. And the stronger that emotion, the more powerful the terror the mimesis would wield. For many years, Maestro's favorite masterpieces had been the carnival mascots Shiro and Kuro. He had reanimated them by harnessing the latent joy and fear of the students who visited the Slumpia amusement park. And even after the amusement park had been closed, the cackles of the mimesis still haunted the park into the modern day. But when Beatrice had come to Maestro with a proposal, it seemed that his grandest artwork was finally within his grasp. Beatrice had been training the students of Arius Academy to become murderers, and she wanted Maestro to use one of them to summon the spirits of the Saint Justina Council. It was a delightful proposition. Maestro couldn't care less if the student Beatrice sent him was royalty or not. All he needed was the student's powerfully angry emotions, and that would be enough to reanimate the bodies of the Saint Justina Council. However, Maestro took great care to not let Beatrice know this fact. The woman was deceitful on the best of days and conniving on the worst. And if she discovered that all she needed were powerful emotions to fuel this mimesis, then Maestro feared that she would claim his beautiful artistry for herself. Even now, Maestro glanced around nervously, wondering if that wretched woman was watching him. She claimed to have no supernatural powers, but Maestro had never known her to be truthful, and he suspected that all her feathered eyes could see more than she let on. Sensei, on the other hand, was positively delightful. Whether it was done consciously or not, Sensei had such a superb ability to foster such powerful emotions in these students, and Maestro was eager to make the teacher's acquaintance. However, with the Justina Council mimesis fading, it seemed like Maestro would have to make introductions later. His final mimesis, Hieronymus, was unfortunately no match for the teacher's forces, but he had gathered valuable information all the same. And besides, life was long, so very long, and Maestro was more than happy to wait patiently for his chance to befriend a fellow artist. With the sky clearing above them and the St. Justina Council destroyed, Sensei took a deep breath and collapsed to the ground in relief. Against all odds, the students of Trinity and Gehenna had emerged victorious. The Eden Treaty might have ended in violent failure, but the forces of Arius and the St. Justina Council had been unable to wipe Trinity or Gehenna from the face of Kivotos, and that was enough to start picking up the pieces. In the commotion of the withering council spirits, the Arius squad had taken their chance to make a breakaway for the catacombs. Before anyone could pursue them, however, Hanako called for everyone to stand down and help look for the remaining survivors. the area squad wouldn't get far with their injuries, and there were still many students unaccounted for in the rubble, so they needed to rescue them before more time had passed. After an extensive search party, Nagisa and Sakurako were finally recovered from the ruins. They had been in one of the hardest hit portions of the cathedral, but it looked like they would make a full recovery once they spent some time in the Remedial Knights Infirmary. Both leaders were transported back to Trinity, and after more searching through the ruins, all remaining students were finally accounted for. It was a miracle that not a single halo had been shattered, particularly after being buried under rubble for hours. With everyone successfully rescued from the ruins, the time had come for the masked Mizugi gang to part ways, at least for now. There were tremendous hugs from everyone gathered. Ayane even joined in from nearby, where she had parked their newest Abydos helicopter. Hifumi resolved to hear that story at some other point. For now, she was simply relieved that her trusted allies and friends had been here when she needed them most. Truthfully, Hifumi had not expected the conflict to resolve so peacefully. She had anticipated that Arius would not go down without a fight, but seeing the smiling faces of her friends as the sun rose into the sky, Hifumi felt like maybe she really had done something special after all. Turning away from the masked Mizugi gang, Hifumi saw Azusa standing nearby, looking sheepishly at the ground below her. The last time the two had spoken, Azusa had thought it would be their final goodbye, but Hifumi wouldn't hold that against her for long. The girl launched herself at Azusa, wrapping her in a tight hug and sobbing to never leave her alone again. And Azusa completely broke down, hugging Hifumi back just as tightly. With everyone now accounted for, it was finally time to head back to the main Trinity campus, where an unexpected face was waiting for them. After months asleep in the realm of dreams, President Seiya had finally awoken and was expectantly waiting for them back at the Trinity campus. She had taken Sensei's words to heart and was finally ready to start facing the futures she saw in her dreams. However, the many months of sleep had left Seiya's body considerably atrophied, and so Remedial Captain Mine was still by her side, ready to assist her friend however she needed. And after so many months watching over Seiya in hiding, Mine was not going to stay on the sidelines any longer. Mine announced that moving forward, she would take up the mantle of the Johan faction and lead Trinity alongside Seiya, Nagisa, and Sakurako. The time for lies and secrecy had ended, and although it would be difficult to repair Trinity's distrustful student body, Mine was determined to be an active member of that recovery process. Back at the Gehenna campus, President Mikoto was utterly distraught at Arius's betrayal, and continued to insist that Trinity pay her back for the damages incurred to her blimp. All of her complaints were resoundingly silenced by Iroha and Akko, who had found considerable common ground after the events of the Eden Treaty. Hina was still the head of the prefect team, but she had decided to postpone her retirement a little longer, at least until Sensei made good on their promise of peace between Gehenna and Trinity. The sun was rising on a new day for Kivotos, but as Trinity and Gehenna were picking up the pieces of the battle, it was the beginning of the end for the members of the Arius squad. After running for hours away from the cathedral, Squad had finally collapsed in a deserted alley, trying to catch their breath for a few minutes. They had completely and utterly failed their mission. There would be no more second chances from Madame. Misaki pulled out some rations for everyone to eat, and they silently stared at the ground as they tried to think of what they could do next. Their situation was grim. Hiyori and Misaki were still recovering from the landmines that Azusa had set off, and Saori was barely keeping it together after taking damage from the Halo-destroying bomb. Hime looked up at everyone gathered, seeing the fear creeping into their defeated faces, and rose to her feet. "Azusa was right," Hime said aloud, speaking words for the first time in years. The rest of Squad jumped at the sound of her voice. "Azusa was right all along," Hime continued, confidence beginning to fill her voice. "I realized it when she and Saori fought at the old ruins. Our hatred was never our own. It was instilled in us from Madame. Arius might have been betrayed by Trinity, but that was hundreds of years ago. Have any of us ever had something we wanted to do with our lives? Have we even really lived after all these years trying to be soldiers?" Saori looked up at Hime, her eyes filling with confusion and despair. "But Hime, we can't just turn away from Madame. She'll hunt us down forever, and so will Trinity and Gehenna after everything we've done. We're in this too deep. We can't just turn around and become something other than Halo destroyers." Her voice sounded pained as she said the words aloud, and Hiyori and Misaki looked at the ground in agreement. Hime looked back at Saori, filled with determination. "Then let's run away together. I don't care where we go, but I don't want us to live another day as soldiers. I want us to be free, together. If Azusa was right about our hatred, then I think I can finally understand what she meant about those wildflowers. Even if life is in vain, even if we will be hunted down for the rest of our lives, it's still worth trying to live." Hime gave the group the most sincere smile they had seen in years and tossed her broken mask to the cobblestone ground. The woman, referred to as Madame, sighed heavily as the news of Arius's defeat reached her chambers. It had been foolish to indulge these children for so long. They'd proven themselves to be more useful alive than dead for many years, but it appeared they had outlived their utility to her. They had almost risked Hime's precious blood with one of Golconda's bombs, but thankfully the protective mask from Black Suit had kept the damage to a minimum. Now Madame wanted her prized possession back so that she could use the girl's blood to ascend to a higher form and rule over Kivotos as a new haloed god. Madame, or Beatrice, as she was called within Gematria, had arrived in Arius all those years ago with one goal in mind: to seize power from the decrepit students and establish a grand estate that would lead Kivotos into a new age. To be honest, it didn't matter whether it was Arius, Trinity, or Gehenna that Madame targeted. Arius just happened to be the most vulnerable, and so it became the district that she set her many eyes upon. She had originally planned on ascending to godhood much sooner, but the frantic ramblings of the young Saori had opened her eyes to a different future. One where Madame could forge the haloed students of Arius into an army of her own. Madame had to admit that it would be much easier to rule over Kivotos if her estate was a little larger. Madame would be a powerful entity once she repurposed Hime's halo. But why waste a valuable military resource like the Arius students before they had been completely expended? Madame agreed to delay Hime's execution, feeding sweet lies to Saori that she would spare Hime's life if Squad did her bidding, all the while setting forth her plan to take over the districts of Trinity and Gehenna. It would take many years to mold the minds of the Arius students, and so Madame and her adult instructors spent a decade drilling violence and hatred into the Arius student body, all so that they could launch a grand assault on Kivotos and expand Madame's estate. Mika's introduction to Saori had only made that process easier, as controlling Trinity from the inside would be the perfect way to expand Madame's territory. Once the students had pillaged as much land as possible, it would be then that Madame would sacrifice Hime and become the ruling god of this new era. Reflecting on her past ambitions, Madame clicked her tongue with annoyance and returned her thoughts on how best to now proceed. Despite all her efforts to expand her estate and take over more of Kivotos, her valuable squad and the Justina Council had been defeated. And now Madame might as well have returned to square one. All that she controlled now was Arius, and after the battle with the Sisterhood several weeks prior, many of those Arius students were wounded and taking a disgusting amount of time to recover. But not all hope was lost. Squad might be on the run from her for now, but their injuries were quite severe, and they wouldn't get away from her for much longer. Her most recent scouts had returned intel that Squad had been sighted near the black market, and that was enough for Madame to send a small squadron to bring them back into her custody. The only other major obstacle still in Madame's path was that wretched haloless teacher who the students called Sensei. Madame had once been something human as well, until Gematria had aided in her unsightly transformation. But the thought of a mere haloless teacher standing in her way now was utterly detestable. Ever since the teacher had arrived in Kivotos, Sensei had been a thorn in Gematria's side. They had stopped Black Suit's important Halo research in Abydos, foiled Madame's plot to seize control of Trinity, and now they had helped defeat the Saint Justina mimesis that Maestro had created. For some reason, this only made her Gematria comrades even more intrigued with the teacher, but Madame saw Sensei for what they were, an obstacle and a nuisance. and she was tired of letting the teacher run the show. In a different life, under different circumstances, perhaps Sensei and her could have seen eye to eye. They both understood the power that an adult could wield, but Sensei foolishly treated their students with respect, whereas Madame saw them for the tools they really were. Adults should rule over their lessers and change the world to their liking. And unlike her gematria comrades, Madame was under no delusions that Sensei would be swayed to such a philosophy. She sent a small Arius force to apprehend Hime, and included a message to the remaining squad members. Be hunted down forever like the dogs they were, or earn Madame's redemption by killing Sensei once and for all. Saori had already come tantalizingly close to ending the teacher's life. It shouldn't be too difficult to accomplish once again if Madame properly motivated her soldiers. In the meantime, Madame distracted herself with another task. She had finally witnessed Maestro's process of mimesis, and it was more laughably simple than she could have imagined. She had never thought to harness the emotions of these pitiful students, but that must have been why Maestro tried to keep the process hidden from her for so long. Madame didn't need to waste precious royal blood to summon the mimesis. All she needed were the powerfully hateful emotions that had been fostered in her Arius students, and Madame would be able to summon an army of her own. While Arius soldiers chased Squad through the streets of Kivotos, Madame sent another unit back to the catacombs of the cathedral and gave them instructions for how to summon her new mimesis militia, including the most powerful soldier of all, the spirit of Saintess Barbara. Four days had passed since Squad's failure at the Eden Treaty, and despite their best efforts to flee to safety, Madame and the forces of Arius had pursued after them, and Squad were completely exhausted from running. Although they were Arius's fiercest soldiers, after constant battles for almost 80 hours, Squad was completely out of steam. None of them had been in top physical condition after the Eden Treaty had concluded, and Saori was the worst off of them all. Hime saw her friends struggling to survive, fighting each and every day, trying to keep her safe from Madame, and she realized that her time had come. She wanted Squad to be free from Arius, where they could finally learn what it was really like to live. But they couldn't do that if Madame continued to pursue them. As Squad reached the end of an alleyway, Hime spun around to their Arius pursuers and held her hands up in surrender. Misaki, Hiyori, and Saori looked at her in horror, realizing what it was she intended to do. Hime, no! Saori begged, her voice hoarse as she pleaded. Madame will kill you if you go back. You said it yourself. We'll find somewhere, anywhere for us to run. Saori swallowed, feeling blood rising up in her throat. Hime listened to Saori's desperate pleas and clenched her fists harder. Snatching a radio from one of the Arius soldiers, Hime demanded that Madame allow Saori, Misaki, and Hiyori to go free in exchange for her surrender. The Arius ruler was only too happy to oblige on one condition. As punishment for failing their task, Hime would be sacrificed in less than 12 hours once the sun began to rise over Kivotos. But if Squad wanted to avoid a similarly gruesome fate, they would need to dispose of the last thorn in Madame's side, the haloless teacher referred to as Sensei. Back in the halls of Trinity, the post-Eden Treaty restoration was off to quite the rocky start. The day of Mika's trial was quickly approaching, and although it wasn't certain that Mika would be expelled, the student body had descended into furious protests, demanding her removal from the school. Despite their best efforts, Mine, Nagisa, and Sakurako were struggling to keep the students calm, and Seiya's health was leaving her even more bedridden than she had been previously. Sensei was once again summoned to the Trinity campus in a desperate effort to keep Mika from being expelled from the school, but the situation was looking more grim by the minute. After Mika had spurned her Potter subordinates, they had helped stoke the student body into an angry fervor, declaring that Mika was responsible for everything that had transpired. The failure of the Eden Treaty, the attempted coup during the ensuing chaos, and even the Saint Justina Council's resurrection. Taking up the chant that Mika was a witch, the students demanded her expulsion from not just the Potter faction, but the academy as a whole. And as the day of Mika's trial approached, the angry students had even raided Mika's old living quarters and burned all her belongings inside. When Mika had heard that all her possessions were gone, including some of her most precious gifts from her childhood with Nagi, the cracks in her mind that had begun healing had started to splinter once more. Mika had anticipated that her expulsion would be a possibility, but as the day of her trial approached, the thought of trying to live on the streets of Kivotos began to haunt her. She knew that she deserved punishment for what had occurred. She had attempted a coup of the Trinity leadership and almost led to the assassination of a fellow friend, but wait. Now that she thought about it, those were pretty serious offenses, weren't they? Why had she ever operated under the delusion that she could live a somewhat normal life after everything that she had done? As she heard rocks hitting the window of her cell and the angry chants from the students gathered outside, Mika began to consider if maybe the students were right. Her actions had led to all of this. She looked at her reflection in the prison bars and saw her witch-like expression staring back. She was startled from her thoughts by a knock on the door of her cell and looked up to see Sensei step inside. Relief and despair filled Mika's chest, and her fighting emotions caused tears to pour from her eyes. After hearing Mika's situation from Trinity's leadership, Sensei was determined to stand as a character witness, and they were going to get Seiya to serve as one as well. The prophetic girl might be too weak from her months of sleep to properly serve within Trinity's tea party, but she could at least hear an apology from Mika and show up for the fateful trial taking place the next day. Mika listened to the teacher's words and felt a glimmer of hope return. While Sensei was certainly wrong that they could get Seiya to testify on her behalf, the thought that she might have the chance to apologize to Seiya, even if she would ultimately be expelled, would be enough to clear her conscience for the long road ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side of Trinity's campus, Seiya was quickly coming to the realization that she had spent too much time in the realm of dreams. In her misguided effort to avoid waking up, she had slept for too long within her visions, and now she was slipping in and out of them even when she was awake. Sensei had assured Seiya that the future was not set in stone, but that hadn't stopped her visions from being horrifying to behold, and her most recent one was the most terrifying yet. A blood-red sky, a pillar descending from above, a horrible being summoned into Kivotos. Was this what Beatrice was trying to do? Or was this a vision for something still to come? Either way, Seiya had remained conscious just long enough to learn that Sensei was at Trinity once again, and she summoned them to hear what she had seen. If Sensei was right, and the future was something that could be changed, then she needed the teacher's help to prevent the calamity she had seen in her dreams. Once Sensei actually arrived, however, they were less concerned with her vision and more insistent that Seiya had to meet with Mika and attend the girl's trial the next day. Seiya stared at Sensei in confusion for a few moments until she realized that she had been so caught up in trying to decipher her newest dreams that she hadn't even met with Mika yet. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Seiya agreed with Sensei and asked her attendants to summon Mika to her room. Laying back into her chair, Seiya bid Sensei farewell, feeling her consciousness beginning to slip once more. What was it that she had wanted to convey to Sensei? Had she told them about the calamity, or had she been distracted by Mika's dilemma? Either way, it was difficult to keep her eyes open, and while she waited for Mika to be escorted from the detention center, Seiya began to drift off to sleep. Her eyes were jolted open by the sounds of voices nearby, and as Seiya looked around, she realized that she was within another vision. The room before her was painted a dark magenta, and 4 unsightly figures stood around a table, looking at each other with obvious disdain. With a rising chill, Seiya realized she was looking at none other than the private meeting chambers of Gematria. Beatrice, the wooden man Maestro clacked angrily. I graciously permitted you access to my art to bring forth the St. Justina Council, but now you have stolen my work and are defiling it for your crass purposes, summoning your perverse army with my methods. Please, your hysterics are unbecoming. Beatrice responded, a smile forming at the corners of her twisted mouth. There is no need for art where there is power. I've formed an estate and subjugated the pathetic students of Arius. What have you all contributed? Golconda's unsettling laughter filled the chamber in response. Beatrice does have a point. Did we not all see the disaster that was Blacksuit's Abydos? At the mention of Abydos, Beatrice's eyes narrowed with annoyance. Shale, that sensei is a nuisance, one that must be eliminated. I cannot agree with this, Blacksuit interjected. The teacher would be a valuable asset. Beatrice smiled hatefully at her Gematria compatriot. It's far too late for that, Blacksuit. I've already sent Squad to eliminate Sensei. I promised them forgiveness for the teacher's head. Whether or not I actually follow through will depend upon my mood. As her heart began to beat faster, Seiya realized this wasn't a vision of the future. This was happening right now. In a twist of fate, she had slipped into a vision of the present, and it had given her a sight of the inner workings of Gematria and their plan to end Sensei's life. Sensei is in danger, Seiya breathed aloud. I need to warn someone. Seiya did not often speak aloud in her visions, but she had certainly done so many times before. They were visions, after all, dream worlds where she could peer into the past, present, and future. But as the anxious words left her lips, the many eyes of Beatrice swiveled towards her, almost as if the woman had heard what Seiya had just said. We're done here, Beatrice proclaimed. An insignificant fly is eavesdropping on us. Horror washed over Seiya. No one, not a single person, had ever known she was viewing them through a vision. She hadn't even known it was possible to react to her presence, and yet Beatrice had seen right through her. Fear rising in her throat, Seiya forced herself awake with all her might, and found herself panting on the floor of her room. Her head was spinning, her vision flickering between the furniture in her room and the dark abyss of the dream world. No, Seiya thought frantically. Not now. I can't fall back into a dream. I need to tell someone what I just saw. The door to her room opened, and Seiya was startled to see Mika step inside. That's right, Seiya thought, remembering her agreement with Sensei to meet Mika. This is perfect. I need to tell her what I saw before it's too late. Mika, Seiya said, her brain continuing to fog. Squad is going after Sensei. This is because you brought Sensei here. What was she even saying? This wasn't how she'd meant to convey this information. She was trying to tell Mika that Sensei was still in danger if they remained at Trinity, that they needed to get to safety before Squad arrived. But the words were coming out all in the wrong order. Before Seiya could finish her thought, she had collapsed on the floor, her vision going dark, leaving Mika to watch in horror as her fellow president began convulsing on the floor. After Seiya had collapsed, Mika had been taken back to her holding cell, where she now sat in the dark as rocks continued to pound against her window from outside. The slim hope of apologizing to Seiya had been completely dashed. She didn't even understand what had happened, but as soon as she had entered Seiya's room, the girl had stated that Sensei was in danger, and then Seiya had collapsed into a violent seizure on the ground. The remedial knights were trying to stabilize her, but Seiya still hadn't regained consciousness before Mika was dragged back to the Justice Force Detention Center. As the protesters continued their usual chants outside, calling Mika a witch and a traitor for her crimes, Mika descended into utter despair. She had been a fool to think that she would get a second chance after everything she had done. All her possessions had been burned by the protesting students, and if what Seiya had said was correct, then Sensei's life was now in danger as well. And it was all Mika's fault. As frightened tears began to fill her eyes, she recalled how Seiya had mentioned that Squad were the ones targeting Sensei. And suddenly, her fear gave way to overwhelming rage. It always came back to Saori. The Arius student had tricked Mika into overthrowing Trinity's government and had almost murdered her friends. And Mika was done playing nicely. Saori had taken everything from her, and now Saori was trying to take Sensei away as well. And Mika would not let that happen. She would make Saori pay for what she'd done, even if she doomed herself in the process. Staring at the prison wall across the room, Mika began concocting a plan that would kill two birds with one stone. She would save Sensei from Squad's grasp and erase Saori from the face of Kivotos. If Mika was going to be expelled from Trinity no matter what she did, then she had nothing to lose, even if that meant shattering Saori's halo. She was still one of the strongest students in all of Kivotos. And as she looked around the prison room, she knew that a mere wall would not be enough to stop her from finding and eliminating Saori. The chanting of the protesters outside was interrupted by the cracking of stone and an explosion of rubble from Mika's prison cell. With nothing more than her bare hands, Mika had burst through the walls of her holding cell, and after snatching her gun from the storage nearby, she pounded across the Trinity campus with superhuman speed. Seiya had stated that the attack on Sensei was imminent, so Squad had to be close by. And that meant Saori would soon be within her grasp. After Hime had been captured, and Madame proclaimed that Squad's only hope of survival was ending Sensei's life, Saori had desperately raced through the streets, trying to find Sensei once again. She had split up from Misaki and Hiyori, all of them trying to locate Sensei in different parts of the Trinity district, but none of them had been successful. Saori took a moment to catch her breath, feeling raindrops beginning to fall down from the sky above, and realized the absurdity of her situation. How did murdering Sensei help her get back Hime? Did she really think that if she eliminated the teacher, Madame would just let her back into the Arius district so that she could try and rescue Hime? As much as Saori hated to admit it, she knew that Hime was right about Azusa. Squad had all spent so much time trying to fulfill Madame's hateful plans that they had forgotten how important their own lives were. And what a horrible act it was to take the life of another. Hime had turned herself in so that Squad could live a life free from warfare. And as Saori felt the significance of that action, she knew what she had to do. Looking through the contact information on the Chalet website, Saori sent Sensei an anonymous message asking for help. To be honest, she wasn't sure if the teacher would even show up to her proposed location. The teacher had no reason to respond to an anonymous message, but sure enough, it only took half an hour for the adult to step into the alley. Ignoring her aching limbs and what was almost certainly a nasty fever, Saori stepped out to meet the teacher and promptly collapsed to the ground, begging with every fiber of her being for Sensei to save Hime. As the teacher stood in stunned silence, Saori found that the words began to tumble from her mouth. She told Sensei how Madame had used Hime as a pawn to force Squad to do her bidding, how Arius had been forged and consumed by the rage of their instructors, and how Hime had been taken away for their failure to conquer the rival academies. Feeling her voice become cracked with anguish, Saori told Sensei that she honestly didn't know who else to turn to. But if the teacher had been the biggest obstacle to Madame's plans, then that meant they were the only person who could help rescue Hime from the woman's clutches. As Saori finished speaking, she found herself unable to look at the teacher, instead watching tears drip from her face onto the street below. What was she thinking? Trying to ask Sensei for help after everything she had done? She had shot the teacher less than a week ago, and now she was begging them for help in storming the Arius underground. She angrily blinked away her tears and stood up to hand the teacher one last bargaining tool: the detonator to a halo-destroying bomb that was still strapped to her back. Taking a deep breath, Saori told the teacher that if they doubted her for any reason, they could hit the switch and personally dispose of her once and for all. She had made sure to tightly strap the bomb to her body, and although she'd hoped to use it to rescue Hime, she was willing to put her life in Sensei's hands to gain the teacher's help. Sensei took one look at the detonator in their hands and broke it in half across one knee. Saori staggered backwards, staring at the teacher in utter confusion. What are you doing? Why would you destroy the detonator? That was your insurance that I wouldn't try to hurt you again. Sensei tossed the broken detonator into a trash can nearby and stretched out their hand to Saori. For the same reason that I'll be confiscating that bomb, to keep you safe. Now hand over those explosives. I know it won't detonate without the switch, but time is of the essence if we want to save Hime, and I'll be disposing of that before we find the rest of your squad. Sensei and Saori raced to find Hiyori and Misaki. Even though Hime was their primary concern, Saori needed to find the rest of her squad before leading an assault on Arius. There would be no other reinforcements who could help them, and fighting alongside her old friends was the best shot at getting Hime back again. Just as Saori had suspected, the nervous Hiyori was hiding in an alley some blocks away after deciding against assassinating Sensei. Confused at first at the sight of Saori and Sensei together, Hiyori was quickly relieved that her squad leader had finally come to her senses. It had been many years since Saori had lost her righteous spark, but it seemed like she might have found it again. Together, the three of them raced off to where Saori suspected Misaki would be, at a bridge bordering the Gehenna district. Sure enough, Misaki was standing at the bridge's edge, looking down at the river as the group approached. Misaki had never seen eliminating Sensei as a real possibility. Honestly, their entire ordeal felt utterly hopeless, and she was so tired from the constant pain of living. However, Misaki's depressive spiral was abruptly halted when Saori yelled out to her, stating that if Misaki took one step off that bridge, Then Saori would jump in after her and drag her out of that river to safety. Misaki looked at the squad leader's eyes and knew that Saori was crazy enough to actually follow through. And in a weird way, it helped to ground Misaki again, back to reality. Misaki might not have the same protective instincts as Saori, but just like Hiyori, she considered Hime an important friend. And with Sensei now joining their cause, the prospect of actually saving her was looking more promising by the minute. None of them knew exactly why Madame needed the sun to rise in order to perform Hime's sacrificial ritual, but it gave them enough time to make it through the tunnels and get to Hime's location before it was too late. The timing would still be tight, and there would be limited opportunities for rest. But if Saori's calculations were correct, they could still get there before sunrise. Together with Sensei, the area squad raced to the catacomb entrance and made their way inside. Followed, all the while, by an ominous, pink-haired figure trailing behind them. After she had collapsed, Seiya's consciousness had been transported elsewhere to a darkened prayer chamber somewhere in Kivotos. The church before her was in utter ruins. The floor was broken in multiple places, and purple light drifted through the shattered stained glass windows. As Seiya took in the rose pattern on the few remaining windows, she realized that she was within the Arius district, and she was not alone. Welcome, spying rat, to the Arius Basilica. Seiya turned to see Beatrice, who was standing within the doorway nearby. Did you really think you were safe in your dreams? You may be a prophetic archangel, Yurizono Seiya, but even you have your limits. And all that time you spent within your dreams, playing with powers you didn't understand. Well, now it's time to pay the price. I've caught you in my web, where you'll be staying until this ritual is complete. Seiya listened to Beatrice's words with heightening anxiety. Her body felt tight, almost like something was squeezing her mind. And for the first time since she had woken here, she realized that there was something else besides Beatrice in this chamber. One of the stained glass windows in the basilica was completely untouched. It was a hauntingly gorgeous piece that depicted a colorful spiral, circling inwards into a jagged halo-like shape. From this distance, Seiya almost felt like the glass looked like an eye. Almost on cue, Beatrice turned to look at the stained glass spiral and gave a weary sigh. Gematria calls it color. Although we don't know nearly enough about it, we consider it to be Gematria's greatest threat. But for now, it looks like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Your existence drew color like a moth to a flame, and now it seeks to dominate your mind. I've trapped you here within this dream, and as this color overtakes you, you'll be forced to bear it in silence. And only then will you believe that hell exists. Pain racked Seiya as Beatrice finished speaking, feeling the malevolent force called color tearing at her mind. But Saya was unable to escape, trapped in this dream world by whatever power Beatrice possessed. She had no idea how her real body was faring, but if she was in this much pain, she couldn't imagine what her body was going through. Across the room, Saya could see Hime hanging from a ritual altar, blood slowly dripping down onto thorns that kept her aloft. If Saya couldn't find a way out of this dream, then both her and Hime would soon perish. And no matter what Beatrice claimed, Saya refused to believe that this dream was inescapable. She would keep trying to find the cracks in this vision, and when she did, she would find a way to stop Beatrice before it was too late. After racing through the darkened catacombs, Sensei and squad had finally made it to the Arius district, only taking a brief moment to rest before pressing onwards. Although Saori didn't want to admit it, she was in terrible shape. She had begrudgingly accepted a fever-reducing medicine from the worried sensei, but it was honestly barely enough to keep her up and walking after days without rest. Once Saori could walk again, the group continued into the district, making their way into an ancient corridor connecting the main campus and the Arius Basilica. The silence in the corridor was haunting, but squad continued pressing forward until the grinding of stones split the air, and they spun to see an enormous pillar crumbling down towards them. Saori did not hesitate. She thrust Sensei out of the way, where Hiyori and Misaki snatched the teacher to safety. The pillar struck the ground in a deafening crash, spraying chunks of the floor into the air as it did so. A huge portion of the corridor had collapsed, separating Saori from the rest of the group. "I'm so glad to see you again, Saori," an ominous voice said from the gloom. "I wasn't sure if I could control my strength, but I'm so glad I managed to separate you from your little friends." With a chill running up her spine, Saori turned to see the pink-haired curls of Mika come into view. She had followed them through the catacombs, waiting until the opportune time to strike. And with only an hour left until sunrise, the window to rescue Hime was rapidly closing. "Sensei!" Saori yelled. "Don't come help me. There's no time left. Get to Hime." Mika looked a little startled at this proclamation, but her eyes narrowed as she took in Saori's physical condition. "Trying to trick Sensei into helping you now, too. How very typical of you, Saori. But your lies will end here. It's time for the witch to execute the hound." Mika's face twisted into a devilish smile, and she sprung forward to begin her assault. Within the vision, Saya was still desperately trying to escape as the situation spiraled out of her control. Her body was in so much pain that it was hard to see straight, but she could hear Beatrice stating that squad had reappeared in the district and that an army of Justina Council mimesis had been sent to wipe them out. The St. Justina Council were frightening opponents on their own, but Beatrice had managed to summon a monster among them. The Saintess Barbara, one of the most powerful leaders of the ancient Justina Council, had been reforged as a mimesis, and alongside the rest of the spirit army, she was now headed towards Squad's location. If Saintess Barbara were to engage with Sensei and the others, then Seiya wasn't sure if even Mika could stand a chance. Straining against the restraints in her mind, Seiya struggled to break free of Beatrice's web and felt a small opening slot open. Without hesitation, Seiya sprung towards it, using all her remaining power to jump inside and leave the Arius Basilica behind. Instead of waking up from the dream, however, Seiya found herself staring at a calm pavilion within the Hyakkyaku campus, a soft breeze gently blowing her hair. The scene was serene, and Seiya felt her shoulders begin to relax, only to realize that she no longer felt the excruciating pain from color within her mind, even though this was clearly still a part of a vision. "Oh, do I have a guest?" a smooth voice said from nearby. Seiya spun around to see a Hyakkyaku student with pure white hair, her two foxtails swaying in the breeze. "I've never encountered another soul in here. What am I seeing here?" The ivory-haired student narrowed her eyes. "I see you've traveled too far into your dreams and attracted the attention of something sinister. I can help you escape, but it will come at a price. In order to get you out of this dream, you will have to give up your power of prophecy. There is no other way to go about it. If you retain it, you will be trapped here forever, until that sinister being finally overtakes you. Or you can give it up and be freed from this dream at last. This is the only offer that I can make in order to help you safely exit this dream." Seiya's stomach dropped at the girl's words. Giving up her ability to see the future was a tremendous price. But as she remembered how difficult it had been to stay awake these past few days, and how horrible it had been for color to twist her mind, she knew that she had no other choice. She had spent more than enough time in the realm of dreams and prophecy, and it was time to start facing the future, just like everyone else. "All right," Seiya said, fixing the girl with a resolute stare. "You have a deal. Now help me get out of here alive." Within the ruins of the ancient Arius corridor, Saori was quickly losing to Mika's sheer strength. Even if Saori had been in better physical condition, she'd still have a difficult time fighting the girl. But with her body in desperate need of rest, it was all too easy for Mika to bring Saori to her knees. Blood leaking from her mouth, Saori collapsed to the floor, her vision swimming as she realized that this chamber would be her burial ground. "Well," Mika spat, pointing her gun at Saori's head, "do you have anything to say for yourself after everything you've done? What last words does the great Saori have at the bitter end?" Leaning her head back against the fallen pillar, Saori looked past the barrel of Mika's gun to make eye contact. I'm sorry, Mika. This is a fitting end for me, I think. My story ran out of pages long ago. I kept running forward, believing with all my might that what I was doing was what I had to do. But that never made it right. I took advantage of your kindness, Mika. You know, your idea of reconciliation? Deep down, I thought Azusa would be the perfect fit. She had never followed Madame's teachings, and if there was anyone who could have symbolized reconciliation between our schools, it would have been her. Saori looked up at the dark ceiling, feeling defeat rising as bile in her throat. But I had to go and mess that all up. All of this, it's because of me, because of my weakness, because I couldn't stand up for what was right, and I became consumed by the hatred that was never my own. It's funny. I tried to deny it for so long, but I think that Azusa couldn't find happiness until she escaped me. I wish I knew what she's doing now. What answers she's found for herself at Trinity. Could I have been happy like that too? If I had met Sensei first instead of Madame? How would the trajectory of my life have changed if that had happened? Closing her eyes, Saori could feel her consciousness wavering, but she wanted to get the last words out. I'm sorry that I made you into a witch, Mika. I always thought that it would be Azusa who took my life, but I think it's for the best that it's you. Several moments passed, and the faint sound of crying echoed throughout the chamber. Saori opened her weary eyes and saw that Mika was sobbing. I can't do it, Mika cried, sinking to the ground beside Saori. I wanted the same thing, Saori. I wanted to be happy too. Time and time again I've wondered, what if I met Sensei first? They could have helped me fix my mistakes. I might not have hurt all those people who I love most in this world. I wanted a second chance so badly, but even that has slipped away from me. Did you know I'm going to be expelled? I have nowhere to go. Not Trinity, not anywhere. I'll never be able to see my friends again. All the people I treasure will be out of my reach. Mika looked up at Saori, giving her a weary smile. You and I, we're twin flames, Saori. Inexplicably linked, cursed to never find happiness. We can't turn back time, and we can't change the future. I think that's why I fixated on you. Revenge felt like the only thing I could control. You didn't turn me into a witch, Saori. I took the poison myself. Even when Sensei tried to give me the antidote, I just spat it back out. Well, it's a teacher's job to keep trying, said a voice from the rubble nearby, and both Saori and Mika jumped at the sound. As they watched in utter disbelief, Sensei, Misaki, and Hiyori made their way into the corridor, emerging from a path they had made nearby. Sensei! Saori choked, blood continuing to drip from her mouth. Why are you here? Why didn't you go save Hime? We're still going to save her, but you know I can't leave my most stubborn students behind. Even if you both keep making mistakes, I will keep giving you infinite chances. That's just who I am, and it's time for someone to take responsibility for you two. Looking at the teacher in disbelief, Saori and Mika were utterly dumbfounded. But if anyone would try to help students like them, it was this absurdly idealistic adult. and both of them began to wonder if maybe they did still have one more chance to make things right. And just as the thought crossed their minds, a piercing shriek filled the chamber, and with rising horror, the group realized that Madame had finally found them. And against all reason, an army of Saint Justina council spirits were now bearing down on their location. Before anyone had a chance to speak, Mika rose to her feet and moved to stand between the Justina council and squad. "I'll bait them away," Mika declared, looking at Saori behind her. "I'm the only one strong enough to hold them off, and you have a friend that you need to save." Despite her actively bleeding wounds, Saori rose to her feet, using the pillar for balance as she returned Mika's conviction. "Don't die," Saori said, picking up her gun, and with Hiyori supporting her weight, Squad and Sensei hurried to the basilica beyond. Some of the Justina Council spirits tried to give chase, but Mika didn't give them a chance. With a violent spray of gunfire, she intercepted them, drawing their attention away from the fleeing squad and directly to her. The figure of Saintess Barbara in front of her shrieked again, even louder as it began to hammer into her. Mika winced, stepping back from the gunshots, but held her ground. "I might not be the princess of this fairy tale," Mika spat at the horde, "but as the villain, I won't let you get through me." As Mika's resolve hardened, she heard the most unexpected thing. The soft tune of a gramophone began to play somewhere in the chamber, and with surprise, she realized that she recognized the song. It was the Trinity hymn of mercy, Kyrie Eleison. All of the gramophones should have been long broken within Arius, and yet as soon as Mika's resolve had solidified, Kyrie Eleison had begun to play from nearby. It was an odd choice for her final battle to play the Song of Mercy, but as the piano swelled to the rhythm of her heart, Mika knew that she wouldn't have it any other way. As Mika fended off the St. Justina Council behind them, Sensei and the Arius squad burst into the Arius Basilica. The sun was still minutes away from rising, and across the chapel floor, they immediately spotted Hime atop the altar, her slow breathing indicating that she was still alive, and it was not too late to save her. "Welcome," Beatrice mused from nearby. "Intruders into this holy place. You're about to witness my ascension to godhood. The students of this world are woefully unaware of their latent power, but it's my job to take that from them and bring Kivotos into a new, more perfect age." Sensei fixed Beatrice with a deathly glare. This singular woman had caused so much pain and suffering amongst their students. Through lies and hatred, Beatrice had forged the students of Arius into her pawns and caused the destruction of one of the most important treaties in Kivotos' history. Sensei might not be skilled in martial combat like their students. They were not about to let this monster continue hurting the students of this city. Beatrice returned the teacher's spiteful expression. You know, it really is a shame. We're not so different, you and I. Each of us knows the power that adults can wield, using the knowledge we have garnered in our lifetimes to sway the minds and emotions of our students. Is it not the duty of an adult to save this world? The more power you amass, the more capable you are of performing that duty. This world is sick, Sensei, run by foolish students and their absurd whims. But I will save this useless world and rule over it as the highest authority of this land. That's enough, Beatrice, Sensei snapped, stepping towards the other adult. Absolute power? Ruling over students with hatred and despair? It's sickening how you can call us the same in one breath. We adults aren't some higher power. We only hold the power to believe in our students and take responsibility to make a better world for them to live. Such drivel won't stop me now, Beatrice said, placing her hand on the sacrificial altar. Behold, you foolish trespassers. I will ascend to a higher power as a sublime being, destined to rule this foolish world. As the group looked onwards, red light began to surge into Beatrice's body from the altar, and Sensei realized with horror that the woman was trying to end the ceremony, artificially claiming Hime's halo and life force as her own. But that was to their advantage. Enraged at Sensei's words, Beatrice had not waited until sunrise, and the ceremony was not yet complete. As Beatrice's limbs elongated into monstrous talons, her feathered face opening into the petals of a grotesque flower, Sensei could see that the woman was still connected to Hime, and that meant that this transformation was reversible. A blood-red halo appeared above Beatrice's head, and Sensei knew they only had a few minutes to strike before sunlight finalized the ritual. Squad! Sensei yelled, turning to face Saori, Misaki, and Hiyori. Prepare for your last battle. We need to take her down before the sun finishes rising. Already loading their weapons, the area squad turned to the haloed monster that had been Beatrice and began firing. The woman's newfound strength was tremendous. With hardly a flick of her wrist, the basilica floor surged and thrust stone towards the area squad, forcing them to dodge out of the way just before the ground struck. Sensei was yelling out orders as quickly as their lungs could open and close. Beatrice's head appeared to be her weak point, but Squad needed to strike her limbs first in order to prevent more attacks heading their way. Hiyori and Misaki each took an arm to focus their fire, and Saori aimed her assault rifle at the monster's head. It had been difficult for Saori to stand just moments ago, but with adrenaline now coursing through her, she kept shooting at Beatrice with every fiber of her being. Over the monstrous shrieks of Beatrice, the melody of Kyrie Eleison drifted into the chamber, and Beatrice shrieked at the sound, her many eyes swiveling to where it was coming from. And Squad took advantage of her momentary distraction. They had already managed to cripple both her arms, and now the 3 Squad members threw everything they had into Beatrice's nightmarish eyes, causing the monstrous figure to stumble backwards, breaking the link between her and Hime once and for all. The red light surrounding Beatrice faded back into Hime's form, and Beatrice's figure shrank to her original size. Sensei and the area squad wasted no time. Racing over to the altar, they carefully extracted Hime from the altar's talons and brought her down to ground level. The girl's face was pale, and it was clear that she had lost a tremendous amount of blood. Misaki and Hiyori looked at Sensei with worried expressions, unsure if Hime had actually made it out safely from the ceremony. The teacher was just as alarmed. They had assumed Hime would regain consciousness once she had been pried from the altar, but she had yet to open her eyes, and Sensei began to fear they might have been too late after all. Without another moment's hesitation, Saori collapsed on the ground beside Hime, pleading for her to wake up over and over. "Hime, please," Saori begged, her eyes filling with tears at the sight of the girl's motionless body. "Please, Hime. Atsuko, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything, please. Please just open your eyes. I'll do anything. Please don't leave me like this, Hime." The squad leader's ragged voice echoed throughout the chamber. And slowly, Hime opened her eyes to look up at Saori above her. "Saori?" she asked. Without thinking, Saori wrapped Hime in a tight hug, cradling the girl's head with one hand as she began to sob. "Welcome back, Atsuko," Saori wept. "You're home." Heaving a sigh of relief that Hime had awoken, Sensei knew there was one last thing to take care of, and they walked over to Beatrice on the ground. The woman looked up angrily at the teacher, still unable to rise to her feet. "You think you've won? I still have Saintess Barbara and the other mimesis. Your precious Mika might have held them off for now, but none of you can hope to stand against them, and you'll perish before you leave this tomb alive." Now, a voice came from nearby. "Let's skip the theatrics, Beatrice. Your mission here has failed, and now I'll be taking you back to Gematria with me." Sensei swiveled to see a newcomer in the hallway, an unsettling headless man carrying a portrait of a head in their arms. "It's nice to meet you, Sensei. I'm simply here to retrieve Beatrice. You've done well in thwarting her plans, but now it's time for her to return to our organization." Realizing that Golconda intended to take Beatrice away before she could face justice, Sensei stepped forward to stop the man, but Golconda put a hand to stop the teacher. "I hold no malice towards you, Sensei, but I wouldn't do that if I were you. I am the weapons master of Gematria, after all. Rest assured, Beatrice will face consequences for her actions, all in due time. In the interim, I'm simply here to retrieve her." Without another word, Golconda pulled Beatrice to her feet and gestured for her to get moving. The woman cast a venomous glare at Sensei before limping after her compatriot, leaving the Arius Basilica behind. Suppressing their frustration at her untimely escape, Sensei chose to believe the headless man's words that Beatrice would face justice for what she had done, whether it was at the hands of Gematria or not. "Sensei," Saori called out from behind them, startling the teacher out of their thoughts. They turned to face the area squad, who were all looking at the adult expectantly. "I'm ready to accept the consequences of my actions, Sensei. Even if Madame's hatred propelled me, I was still the culprit behind everything. Whether it's the General Student Council, Trinity, or the Valkyrie Corrections Bureau. Send me wherever you think is fitting." The rest of squad turned to Saori in horror, but the squad leader held up a hand to stop them. She was going to shoulder responsibility so that Misaki, Hiyori, and Hime could make a new start. And it was time to atone for her actions. Taking a long, deep breath, Sensei looked back at Saori and considered how best to respond. "You're right, Saori. You're responsible for quite a lot. But from my perspective, you also shouldered the duty of protecting your friends and endured their pain for so many years. Adults are responsible for creating a world that hurt you, and I'm not going to let that be the reason why you never see the sun again. It's time for you to live, Saori, for the first time in your life. No squad, no Madame, no hatred. Just you and the road ahead of you, just like Azusa did." Her eyes filling with confused tears, Saori looked up at the teacher, unsure if the adult was stupid or just foolishly idealistic. But as their words sunk in, she realized that she was being given a second chance. After so many years following Madame's rule, spending every waking moment worrying about Hime and Squad's safety, she had never lived for herself. The doors of the basilica thudded with gunfire, interrupting their conversation as the ghoulish wails of the St. Justina Council carried into the chamber hall. Sensei turned to the door and knew that Mika had held the spirits off for long enough. It was time for the teacher to rescue her and get them out of this district in one piece. Turning back to Squad, Sensei told them to take this chance to run. They would still be pursued by Gehenna and Trinity, but the teacher would look into how they could take Arius under their wing. In the interim, the girls would need to make their escape while Sensei and Mika held off the council. Saori, Misaki, Hime, and Hiyori looked at Sensei in utter bewilderment, but the teacher yelled at them to go before this chance was wasted. Hearing the urgency in the teacher's voice, Squad backed away slowly and hurried out the basilica in the opposite direction. Turning their attention to the basilica door, Sensei pried it open with all their might and saw Mika standing on the other side. The girl had done her best to fend off the St. Justina forces, but she was barely standing upright after taking direct blows from Saintess Barbara. Well, Sensei thought, here goes nothing, and pulled out a black card. The card had been on Sensei's person ever since they had arrived in Kivotos. Arona's preliminary analyses had been inconclusive, but it seemed like some sort of powerful artifact, and if the Shatim chest's data was to be trusted, it could exchange portions of the user's life and time in order to function. Arona had warned Sensei never to use it, just to be safe, but with the gun barrels of Saintess Barbara pointed at them, the teacher was out of options. Beatrice might not have realized it, but she had succeeded in forcing the teacher to reveal a trump card that they'd kept carefully hidden away. And Sensei was going to make sure it was a card well spent. Within the Remedial Knight's infirmary, Seiya's eyes burst open, her lungs gasping for air as she escaped from the dream world. Based on the time displayed on a nearby clock, she could see that she had made it just in time. Sensei and Mika would still be facing off against the St. Justina Council, and she needed to get them help before it was too late. Dialing the numbers of Trinity's leadership, Seiya called for an urgent meeting. Sensei and Mika would be able to fend off Saintess Barbara, but if they continued to be left alone in the Arius district, they would be overrun by the Mimesis army. And Seiya was not about to let that happen. After so many years thinking that her visions were unchangeable, it was Sensei who had shown her that the future was never set in stone, and she would use the knowledge from her last remaining visions to save Sensei and Mika before it was too late. At the Tea Party Terrace, Seiya told her intentions to Nagisa, Sakurako, Mine, and Hasumi, and begged them for their aid. Upon hearing Seiya's words, Nagisa turned to the others gathered and told them she would do anything to rescue Mika, including renouncing her title as Tea Party President. Sakurako, Mine, and Hasumi looked at her in shock, telling her to raise her head as they came up with a plan. They would need to find a way through the catacombs to reach Arius, and Sakurako knew just the person to ask for help. She called up Hanako, her probationary second-in-command, and the student most familiar with the ancient Arius records. Snapping out of her sleepy stupor immediately, Hanako told Sakurako to give her just a few minutes. She would need to go through the old records that Kozeki Ui possessed, but she would get them that map of the catacombs. In the interim, Hasumi outreached the rest of the Justice Task Force to prepare to mobilize. They were moving into the catacombs to save Sensei and Mika from the forces of Gematria. To Hasumi's surprise, her most trusted Justice Force compatriot, Ichika, returned her message with surprising news. Although most of Mika's belongings had gone up in flames, Koharu had gone into Mika's room ahead of the protests to try and salvage everything she could. Amongst the belongings recovered were memorabilia from Mika's childhood, and Koharu had passed them along to Ichika to return to Mika once they found her. Smiling at her junior's actions, Hasumi thanked Ichika for the information and joined Captain Tsurugi to make their final preparations. After Hanako had finally located the old Arius maps, Azusa was quickly summoned to review its contents. Azusa might not have encyclopedic knowledge of the catacombs like Saori, but she was able to recognize enough of the tunnel patterns to verify the map's authenticity. Sakurako thanked the girls for their help and turned to her comrades to head into the tunnels. They were going to rescue Sensei from within Arius and make sure that Mika would still make it in time for her trial. After watching the power unleashed from Sensei's mysterious artifact, Mika was utterly stunned. She hadn't realized the teacher possessed something of that caliber, but it had successfully defeated the Saintess Barbara, and that meant there was still a chance they could get out of this alive. The teacher looked a little worse for wear, and Mika could almost swear that Sensei had a slight wrinkle at the corner of their eye, but she'd demand more answers later. Their top priority now was breaking through the rest of the St. Justina Council, and she felt like she could muster enough strength for that. She had to, or else Sensei's sacrifice would be in vain. Before she could take another step forward, however, a hail of gunfire struck the St. Justina Council from behind, and upon hearing the noise of a characteristic shotgun blast, Mika realized that Captain Tsurugi and the Justice Task Force were here in Arius and firing at the remnants of the spirits. The mimesis wailed and swiveled to face their new opponents, only to be distracted by a new set of gunshots from the other side of the basilica. Sakurako and the Sisterhood had appeared to strike at the ghostly figures from nearby. At the end of the corridor, Mika could see Mine and the remedial knights were firing into the last remaining Justina Council spirits, shredding through them with every consecutive gunshot. The mimesis had been formidable foes when most of Trinity's forces had been damaged by the missile strike. But the Justice Task Force, the Sisterhood, and the remedial knights were at full power now, and they were not going to let a single spirit remain standing. Once the last mimesis had been struck down, remedial Captain Mine raced forward, grabbing Mika's arm and immediately applying first aid. Sakurako, Tsurugi, and Hasumi followed close behind, looking relieved that they had made it in time. All they needed to do now was transport Sensei and Mika out of the catacombs, where Nagisa and Seiya were waiting for them. As the sun rose over Kivotos, the day of Mika's trial had finally arrived. Sensei and Mika did their best to clean up their appearance after a night of racing through the catacombs, and alongside Nagisa, Seiya, and the other leadership of Trinity, they all headed to the site of the trial, where they would make their case against Mika's expulsion. The future of Arius was uncertain. Many of the students had fled after Madame had fallen, and with Squad now on the run, it was unclear what the next steps would be for the satellite school. But Sensei would do whatever they could to help the school pick up the pieces. Against all odds, Trinity had emerged victorious over Gematria. And with the rising of the sun, Sensei finally felt like their ordeal had come to an end. After the deal that Seiya had made with the Hyakiyako Fox girl, the Tea Party president was still coming to terms with the fact that she would never see the future again. But in her last visions, she had seen enough to know what was coming for them next. And for now, that was good enough. In the outskirts of Kivotos, Misaki led Hime and Hiyori through the woods at the city's borders, making sure they were able to keep pace alongside her. Misaki wasn't sure if she was really suited to be their new leader, but Hime had insisted that there was no better person for the job, and Misaki was inclined to believe her. Honestly, after so many years following Saori's orders, it felt almost refreshing for Misaki to be trusted with keeping her friends safe, even if they would have to stay out of the gaze of the General Student Council for a little while longer. Taking Sensei's words to heart, Saori had decided it was time for her to stop defining her life as a protector and to start learning what it was that she really wanted to be. It was difficult leaving Hime and Squad's side, but she felt like she would fall back into old habits if she remained as their leader. Someday, maybe, when she had learned more and grown as a person, she could see them all again, but for now, It was time to learn what it was like to live. Even if it would take many years for her to atone for what she had done, she was going to do whatever she could to make sure that Sensei, Azusa, and Hifumi's efforts to change Kivotos' future were not in vain. Our tale ends here for today, but thank you for joining me as we journeyed through the trials and tribulations of the Makeup Work Club, the Tea Party, and the Area Squad as they sought to find a better future. This is everything that has been released about Trinity currently on the global server, but I hope you'll join me next time as we delve into the tale of Millennium, a rising superpower on the Kivotos political stage that will be vital in the next stages of our story. This was a gigantic story to condense into just 2 videos. I can't believe I actually did it. And I honestly had to make some difficult cuts just to make sure that all the major story beats would be told in these videos. Truthfully, as I was writing this particular video's script, I kept finding that many of the fights in the final act just rehashed the same narrative beats over and over again. And it was hard to justify including them individually when they could be condensed into 2 major fights at the end. So my apologies, but I hope that I was able to do this story as much justice as it deserves despite that. Thank you again for your incredible support and understanding as I have taken the time to compile these videos. After this video is released, I will be waiting until the final bits of the Millennium story are released on the global server, and then it will be all hands on deck to cover that important tale. In the interim, please look forward to more Blue Archive event story streams, where I'll narrate the global server events live. I'll also be releasing more fun videos on the channel while we wait for the next chapter in our story. Until we meet again, I wish you all the best, and please look forward to the next volume of Lore Archive, when we head to the mysterious halls of Millennium and witness the trials faced at Kivotos' newest superpower. Bye.